Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 1 2.
All right, good morning, and we call this meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving and your bellies are full and ready to work today. And let's start with a flag salute. And so we'll stand for the flag salute, and then please remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me for a moment of silence honoring the officers who have passed away since the last meeting. Officer Ray Barantes from the Chowchilla Police Department, end of watch October 3rd, 2025. Officer Lauren Craven, La Mesa Police Department, end of watch October 20th, 2025. Deputy Andrew Nunez, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, end of watch October 27, 2025. And Officer Alex Sanders from the Alhambra Police Department, end of watch November 20th, 2025. Thank you. Please take your seats. All right, well, it looks like Mr. Chandler.
Yes.
Will you please take roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, advisory committee members. Cordova.
Present.
Cottrell.
Present.
Ehrman.
Present.
Gamboa.
Present.
Hone.
Present.
Kaczoriski.
Here.
Murrell.
Present.
Oborn.
Present.
Pacheco.
Present.
Rosa.
Present.
Salazar.
Present.
And Stalker.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, 13 members present.
All right, thank you. I would now like to introduce Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Manayo, who will be sitting with us today, as well as Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez. Thank you. All right, we will start with public comment. This is time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the advisory committee agenda pursuant to commission policy. The advisory chair will manage the public comment period in deference to the committee's workload and meeting time restraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comments on items on the agenda. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes each. If we have many who wish to speak on the same topic, I, as the chair, may intervene and will ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, the chair may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the committee cannot take action on items not on the agenda. And please remember that this meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly and clearly so your comment can be correctly captured in the transcript. Is there anyone here who would like to address the committee during public comment? Seeing none, I will move on to our action items, approval of the transcript and action summary. Our first item is the approval of the transcript and action summary from the June 3rd, 2025 Advisory Committee meeting. Is there a motion to approve the transcript and action summary from the June 3, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Motion from Oborn. Is there a second to the motion?
O'Neill second.
Second from Hone. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to the announcements and we'll call upon Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Manayo to provide the announcements.
Thank you, Chairperson Salazar and members of the advisory committee. Tomorrow, the commission will be voting on a new advisory member. This person is a support services manager. Her name is Rebecca Biederman, and she's from the Laverne Police Department. This person will serve as the representative for the Contemporary Public Safety Dispatcher. So I think we need a motion to support that recommendation.
So motioned.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Well, a second.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Public comments? Okay, Mr. Knapp, can you call the roll, please?
Cordova.
Aye.
Cordova, aye. Cottrell.
Aye.
Cottrell, aye. Ehrman.
Aye.
Herman, I, Gamboa,
Aye.
Gamboa, I, Hone,
Aye.
Hone, I, Ketcheriskee,
Aye.
Ketcheriskee, I, Murrell,
Aye.
Murrell, I, Oborn,
Aye.
Oborn, I, Pacheco,
Aye.
Pacheco, I, Ponce.
Aye.
Ponce, I, Rosa,
Aye.
Rosa, I, Salazar,
Aye.
Salazar, I, and Stalker.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Knapp. I'd also like to recognize at this time Chella Cottrell for her service on the advisory committee. This Rebecca Biederman will be replacing Ms. Cottrell. Although these are going to be very tough shoes to fill, as I mentioned to Chella earlier today, we are really, really sorry to see you go, as you've been such an instrumental member of this advisory committee and sharing your thoughts and being extremely dedicated, not just to the profession of public safety, but to your craft, that being a public dispatcher. So thank you so much, Chella, for your contributions to this committee. I would also at this time like to introduce a new advisory committee member, John Ketcheriskee. Did I get that right? Ketcheriskee?
Got it.
Okay, all right. Someone with a hard last name, I respect that. If you need to correct me, I'm really okay with it. He represents the California Coalition of Law Enforcement Association. Did you want to say a few words and introduce yourself to the committee and the rest of the folks here today?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is John Ketcheriskee. I'm a sergeant for the Santa Ana Police Department. I'm the president for the association. Prior to this, Santa Ana, I was a highway patrolman, and I'm just happy to be here and be a part of the committee. So thank you.
Very much. Welcome. Okay, we will also later on the agenda be looking for voting or nominations, I should say, for the chair and the vice chair for 2026 of the advisory committee. And so we will take that up later in the agenda, but just to put that out there, that's something we will do before we close this meeting today. Also, just a reminder that our Excellence in Training and our OJ Bud Hodkins Exceptional Service Award nominations closes December 31st, 2025. Currently, we only have 2 nominations. So for those of you who would like to suggest individuals for those awards or know departments that perhaps would like to nominate folks for those awards, we will be closing that nomination as of December 31st. So just a reminder for that. That is all I have.
All right, thank you. I'd like to also welcome John to the committee and appreciate you being here. And then I also just want to kind of echo your comments regards to Chella. Chella's been a fantastic member of the advisory committee. We hate to see you go. You've been productive and provided such good feedback. And we appreciate the contributions to you. We will miss you and thank you for your service. Okay, we will now move on to the agenda and go to the consent items. First one is a report on discussion regarding the removal of the closed portion of the post-entry level law enforcement test battery, Pellet B. This time I call upon Staff Services Manager Melanie Singley from the Strategic Communications and Research Bureau, who will provide a report on this item. Melanie?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Advisory Committee. Commission Regulation 1951 requires that peace officer candidates be assessed for reading and writing ability. The post-entry level law enforcement test battery, also known as the Pellet B, can be used to satisfy this requirement. The requirement can also be met through the administration of an alternative test to measure reading and writing ability, which could be something that the agency develops or a vendor develops. It also can be fulfilled through completion of the regular basic course or this specialized basic course or the issuance of a basic course waiver. For agencies who choose to use the Pellet B, POST does not require a set cut score for the exam, although POST does recommend a range of between 40 and 45 and a general pass point of 42. Agencies should and are encouraged to determine a passing score or method that is appropriate for their candidate pool. Results from a February 2024 survey indicated that the range of pass points set by agencies was between 36 and 50, with an average of 43.9, and that's with about 115 respondents. A handful of respondents identified other passing options, such as top-down scoring or using passage of an English class and a college degree. The Pell B is comprised of both reading and writing components. Currently, the examination includes 4 subtests: reading comprehension, spelling, vocabulary, and sentence clarity. Prior to January 2025, the examination also included a closed reading comprehension subtest. The closed subtest consisted of a series of paragraphs that contained missing words, which the candidate had to complete. The missing words were depicted by a number of blank spaces representing the number of letters in the missing word. The candidate would then write only the first letter of the response on the Scantron form, then bubble the appropriate letter in the corresponding column. For the past 16 months, Post has been working on transitioning the paper and pencil Pellet B to an online platform. As part of that process, it was determined that the closed test would not transfer easily to the new platform. Additionally, our newly formed examination development and research team reviewed a 2012 study conducted by Post and CSU Sacramento, which indicated that the closed test was redundant enough with the other Pellet B subtests, specifically vocabulary and reading comprehension, that it did not provide any additional value, and as a result, it should be removed as a component of the examination. That closed test was removed effective January of 2025. Based on the findings of the study, the challenges with transferring the closed subtest to the online platform and candidates often misunderstanding how to complete the closed test, it was determined that it would be best to remove that component from the current paper and pencil format in advance of moving the Pellet B to the online platform. In turn, this would also allow Post to make direct data comparisons across both the paper and pencil format and the online platform. With the removal of the closed subtests, the means and standard deviations were recalibrated to update the scoring method. During this period, our research team also reviewed the entire test item databank to identify and revise items that were poorly written and not performing to testing standards. These updates were intended to enhance the clarity and overall quality of both the test items and answer choices. Taken together, these changes may contribute to agencies observing higher scores as the removal of the subset, recalibrated scoring system, and improved item quality can influence overall test performance. Agencies should review overall candidate results regularly and make adjustments to pass points if and when appropriate. And I question on some concerns about the increase in scores. So unless anyone has questions for me, I'd like to open it for questions related to that or.
Have any
comments.
questions from the committee at this time?
It's I seen as the new average score with the close removed. Have you guys?
I'm gonna turn it over to my researcher. Why don't she can explain that to you?
My name is Joanna Medina. I'm the researcher in the exam development and research team. So previously.
State your name again slowly, please.
Oh, Joanna Medina. Thank you. YOHANAMEDINA. So we conducted some analysis. So from January 2024 to December 2024, the total average for the total T-score was 42. And then for January 2025, after the closed subtest was removed through November 2025, the total T-score mean was 49.73. So we did see an increase in.
Thank you. I'm just curious what others are seeing, because we had a 49% increase in the pass rate, which unintended consequences are higher costs for backgrounds. So because you get this influx of applicants that you didn't normally get, and you're like, oh, we didn't plan for that. I'm curious what everyone else is seeing.
Tammy Morrell, Cada. My last name is Murrell. We did also see an increase in scores. People who have, we offer the Pellet B monthly at Delta College. People that had taken it 9-10 times, never passed, are now getting pretty healthy passing scores. So definitely see an increase in scores from the candidates.
Same, we had candidates in the teens that are now in the 40s plus. It's like, how? And they'd taken it 4 times in the teens, each 4th time, and then the 5th time. It's like, how did we get here? Just curious.
Sheriff?
So I think that begs the question, these people who are having significant challenges passing this exam, how are they doing through the remainder of the process? Are they successful applicants? And if that's the case, then perhaps there was a problem with the exam limiting qualified applicants. On the other hand, if we're just lowering the standard, then we're not doing this profession any favor whatsoever. So can any of my colleagues comment on whether or not, which of the two scenarios are we seeing here?
Tammy Morrell, CADA. I can speak for my own college. We have done two presentations of the regular basic course since January. We've completed two, one in intensive format and one in extended format. And we didn't see any significant decline in the report writing final. We didn't fail anybody. I have seen in the past, I've been doing this for a number of years. I've seen people who do really poorly on the old Pellet B do okay in report writing, and people do really well in the old Pellet B just tank report writing. I think that mostly my experience has been anyway, that it's the attitude of the candidate. If they're willing to put the work in, we can get them through report writing.
So we have seen an overall decline across the board with report writing with applicants. And it's very apparent. We make them handwrite some of their reports, and they don't have a grasp of the English language whatsoever. It's very interesting.
If I could follow up to the researcher, so if I understand correctly, part of the problem that you were experiencing was the difficulty in people understanding the instructions with regard to this particular aspect of the testing. Is that one of the reasons that it was?
Not necessarily. That was a contributing factor. So we did see that a lot of candidates would have difficulty in completing that portion of the test. But what mainly found, again, in that study that CSU Sacramento conducted along with POST, was that that closed subtest did not contribute to the overall score as much as, reading comprehension. So reading comprehension, which is one of the subtests, that was an indicator of the reading ability. And the closed subtest did not add a lot of value beyond that reading comprehension. And so with the candidates having difficulty in completing that, and then with us moving with an online platform, that's what influenced our decision. All of those reasons coupled together too.
Of the two factors, which was weighted heavier, the challenge of moving it to the online platform or the fact that it didn't contribute to?
The study that was conducted, that it didn't contribute to the overall.
Okay. I think where there's an opening up of one area within the system, we have to be cognizant of the fact that the other areas of the system need to make sure that we're properly screening candidates as they go forward. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Cottrell, I have one other follow-up question. Do you have a rough percentage about how many agencies are using a private vendor and not using the Pellet B for aptitude testing?
We do not have that information because we allow agencies, again, to use another exam or to set their own pass points. Unfortunately, we don't have that information, but that is something that we can look into and gaining that from our agencies to have an idea.
And we do have, just to let you know, we have about 250 agencies that have use and security agreements with us. So, that gives you a general idea. Probably less than half use the Pellet B.
Okay, any other questions from the committee?
One follow-up question.
Please.
Will you guys have, for the prior Pellet B, you had stated like 42 is kind of the average where an applicant would be successful in an academy. Are you going to provide a new baseline score based upon studies as it's been rolled out for a while?
Yes, that is something that we hope to do so in the future, especially as we move along to an online platform that will give us the ability to collect more data and have more systems in place to be able to track that information and conduct that study. So as of right now, though, we are encouraging our agencies that if you're seeing higher scores, it'd probably be good to reevaluate your pass points and do that for now, but our current is recommended 42, but again, for agencies that may increase.
Thank you.
Brent Stocker, I have a question for my colleague. CHP, are you, with your comments, are people failing the academy based on report writing? Has that gone up?
So our initial failure rate has gone up exponentially in our investigation for grade is agency specific aspect of our academy for our collision investigation. And so we have more robust remediation training for them, and then we get them to a pass point. But the initial failures are increasing.
And that's also causing your instructors extra stress as well.
Yes, extra stress, extra time.
Okay.
Yes.
Just curious if anybody else besides CHP is seeing that or a higher failure rate, either out of the academy or with the cadets based on report writing. It's obviously a big part of our job.
A question for Ms. Morel then too. I mean, are you seeing similar as to what CHP is experiencing after this, or is the sample size big enough yet, or?
Sample size isn't very big, but it's similar, I would say. You know, I mentioned that we haven't had anybody fail report writing, meaning failing a remediation. We've had people that needed to remediate. We add report writing content at my academy. We're a college, so we have a lot of tutoring. We have a lot of skill, a lot of extra help available to people. And so but the report writing instructor has definitely seen a decline in the ability initially from their written assessments. There is a decline for sure.
Okay, yes, Don.
Yeah, but I got a question. Sounds like the closed subtest has been part of that Pella B for quite a while. We can agree on that. I'm concerned with, after hearing Sheriff talk about, you know, the lowering the standards. Have we outlived the purpose for that closed test? Or are we changing the closed test standards or the effectiveness of it because of transitioning to an online platform?
I would say we're not lowering the standards. It's just, again, looking at what is contributing to the ability of us seeing if police officers are reading and writing at the basic level needed. We can find that with the reading comprehension subtest, and that's what makes the closed subtest redundant in the test as a whole. So I wouldn't say we're lowering the standards. And again, moving on the online platform, that's what initiated this research. That's when we were looking at old reports, and that's what we found, and that's what helped us making that decision. I don't know if that answers your question.
It kind of does. I mean, then it begs the question of how effective was that subtest? I mean, there are other subtests involved with the Pellet B, right? This seems to be the one that's in question because of, I just need clarity on that. Why is it that in question as opposed to the other subtests that are in Pellet B?
Again, it was looking at the research. So it seems like we have the 4 subtests. So we have the clarity, the spelling, vocabulary, reading comprehension, and they all contribute some unique ability to be able to assess the candidates. And then that's when the closed subtest was redundant with the reading comprehension. So we reduced that from the test where it's still being assessed by something else.
Sounds like we're at this point, we're kind of modernizing things.
Yes.
Catching up with the times and the type of learners that are out there now these days.
Yes, yeah, and that's what like Melanie mentioned. We also had made updates to other test items in the Pellet B that were not contemporary anymore. So updating some verbiage, some poorly written items that weren't performing to testing standards where it could cause confusion and it's not assessing candidates' ability at that point. So we did make some updates to help with that, and that could have led to increase of scores as well.
That's my final comment. It's just a comment. I appreciate my colleagues looking at this from a standpoint of what's the success rate of an applicant, either going through backgrounds or, you know, are we putting the most qualified person to the academy with the expectation that they're going to pass? I think the Pellet B was supposed to describe that type of outcome, right? That part of it. So, but thank you.
I have a question for CHP. Just out of curiosity, you said your failing rates have increased in the report writing portion. Do you guys track how many of these candidates that are failing have any formal education or high school or university master's degrees?
So we don't track it, like we don't have a mechanism where we track that. If we have people who are showing us concerns, we'll look at that individual, and sadly, some of them have bachelor's degrees from four-year colleges. Like, how?
Right.
Like,
So that's kind of what I was. curious.
AI, Chat GPT is a problem because we can't use it. Like our people are not allowed to use that. So I think it hinders our applicant pool because they have been allowed to use it.
Right. I think the assumption is too, well, I know when my son going through university recently, the demand on that quality of writing is really lessened at the university level as well. And you'll see kids get all the way through, some of my son's friends through AP in different courses and still can't at that level. So I'm curious if one of the things that needs to be, I don't know how we improve what the university are doing, but they're kind of dropping the ball too on the basic requirements when we used 20 years ago with no formal education or, candidates could accomplish these things.
Agreed. Yes, sir. Mhm.
Last comment. And again, this is more of just a statement. I just look at report writing as probably one of the most important things we do in law enforcement. And if we're struggling to get people through, or they just are struggling just to write a basic report, to me, that's dangerous in law enforcement because that's going to cause us, I think, a greater problem than, maybe reevaluating the test. And I know there's a lot of work on this, and that's why I'm just making a statement on this. That's one of those things that I'm really cautious about when it comes to report writing, because it can cause departments a lot of problems if we're not doing reports correctly.
Alicia, sorry, I know you, I don't want to belabor this, but so I attended a PORAC training where Axon came out, and I don't know how many agencies use this or have it coming on the horizon, but it is a very real thing, that technology that there will be reports generated from your body worn camera. And one of the concerns of the panel attorneys that were in the room were if somebody can't recognize if something is, correctly written or grammatically correct, or, there's a lot of different things that if you don't actually have a grasp on the English language, this could be problematic. So just, I know that technology and things moving forward, we can't do a whole lot about, but, at the same time, we're going to have folks that will highly depend on AI to generate their reports. And so this is something that if we don't get a grasp on it now, it will be, it'll be a snowball effect. So just so if you guys don't have that already, it's probably on the horizon if you have Axon body worn cameras.
So one more thing to tag on to that comment. Reading comprehension is going to be so critical, because if AI generates a report and you don't proofread it properly, AI tries to please the user. And so it's much like way back in the days when we started recording our reports rather than handwriting them. If the typist didn't do a good job of hearing what we were saying and we didn't catch it, our reports were then inaccurate. And so I fear that utilizing AI, it's a great tool. I use it a lot for a lot of things, but it is incumbent on us to figure out how to get people educated in how to proofread their work and change what AI, because AI tends to fill in the blanks. And that I see is extremely problematic for police work.
Thank you, Chair Salazar. A couple of comments, since the AI commentary kind of was generated from this, which is totally fine. I get it. It's something that Post is working on now, because we've experienced our own challenges with some of our advanced training courses and folks using AI, students using AI. So we're coming up with guidelines that will speak to the limitations on the use of AI. And then broadly speaking, a law was just signed in California that states that if you use AI for certain purposes, you have to reference which software you used and what the content was. And there's some limitations, I believe, on the use of AI that's now kind of a general law in California. So all of these things are very timely and relevant, and we are also dealing with it kind of at a post level broadly with our training courses. And then just to talk about Pellet B performance metrics, I think given some of the commentary today, it would be wise for us to come back in March and share what we've seen now from performance on the test and whether or not we're seeing some repeated or causation, if you will, with some of the performance of students, you know, in the academy, et cetera, because I think that's an important aspect of whether or not the changes are going to reflect a candidate perhaps that's not necessarily prepared to succeed beyond the test. And that's obviously a concern that all of you have expressed today. So I think we need to come back with some additional performance metrics in March. Thank you.
And I think the AI legislation also requires, you know, the retention of first draft, final draft, and, you know, there's still, I think, probably you'll see some desire to have something in between as well. But I guess the question is, I mean, obviously, when you look at the subsets, the closed portion was weighted to a certain degree, but then with its removal, it had such an impact on the overall scores is what's interesting. And what those, was that subset really testing what we thought it was testing initially, I suppose, is one of the questions. Or is it testing a completely different skill that we didn't necessarily understand, and now you're seeing it in those results. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over time. Okay, any other, did you have more that you needed to present? No? Okay. Yes.
Maybe one last question. As you guys are developing the online test, would there be consideration given? Because when we took it back in the day, we had to handwrite an essay. Would there be consideration to them typing something with no Grammarly, with no spell check, that could be added to a reading, writing comprehension portion of it? Because asking a question and they have to write an answer.
That might be something in the future if we decide to update our test, but our current plan is to take the test how it currently is and just put it on the platform, and also taking measures to where they can't use ChatGPT or Grammarly or other stuff. So it's going to be just still the multiple choice and then using secure measures so they can't use any other applications. But something in the future when we update our test, if we want to explore different types of items that we include in the Pellet B.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. It was a good discussion. Thank you for the presentation. All right, we will now move on to our presentations. Assistant Executive Director Emery Del Monayo will announce the agenda items to be presented.
Thanks, Chair Salazar. I think the committee has requested the majority of the agenda items be presented today. So items under consent 2C through 2N will be presented. BTB, Basic Training Bureau items 3A and B. MCPB items 4A. SCR items 5A. TPS items 6A and POSAD items 7A will be presented today.
Okay, thank you. We will start with item 2C, the report on update on canine guidelines. At this time, we'll call upon law enforcement consultant Mike Dallasay, the Management Counseling and Projects Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Morning. Today, we would like to announce that our canine guidelines have been updated to include the recommendations made over the past couple of commission meetings, to include the canine evaluator and the team evaluators have now been updated, and somehow they were omitted from the last draft, but they are now in there and updated. This also includes the use of training aids. For example, the e-collar, prong collar, just to be encapsulated in a general term of correction device. So you'll see the changes on pages, or the revisions on pages 1 and 3 if you have the hard copy in front of you. But really this is likely maybe the final presentation of these guidelines as they incorporate all recommendations that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions from the committee? This was an item pulled by the committee. Comments?
Or if I may. Just want to take a moment to thank Sheriff Honey. He provided SME resources during our last iteration of the guidelines when the commission asked for some more substantive changes. So thank you very much for contributing to the new draft. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to thank the post staff for the changes to the report and the guidelines. I think we've got a good product in the end. AB 400 did not pass. But I do think these are solid set of guidelines for us to work with moving forward, and thanks for the work. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 2D, a report on update on child safety guidelines. And continuing on that will be Mike Dallas. Hey, don't go anywhere.
Right. So the child safety guidelines, this was just an update, not legislatively driven or anything. Really just to make it more contemporary with best practices, still consistent and current with law. Don't know if I said it, but it was last created they were created in 2009, so they haven't been updated since. So we hosted a 2-day workshop with subject matter experts consisting of juvenile or child crimes against children detectives, clinicians, social workers, CPS, dispatchers, and we're able to really establish a really cohesive team that you'll see the product is a result of that work. The links in the back have also been updated. Several of them were not working, but they are now updated with pretty substantive resources. That's really all I got on that. Any questions?
This item was pulled as well. Any questions, comments from the committee? Seeing none, I think you can go now, Mike. Thank you. Let's see, next item will be item 2E, report on update on wandering guidelines. This time I call upon law enforcement consultant Kevin Hatano and law enforcement consultant Steve Fisher, both from Management Counseling and Projects Bureau, to provide a report.
Good morning, Chair Salazar, committee members. This is a brand new guideline, but it doesn't stand alone. It is in conjunction with the missing persons guidelines. But little background on this bill. In 2024, AB 2541 passed. It was sponsored by Assembly Member Baines and was signed into law by the governor on September 21st, 2024. The bill required posts to develop statewide guidelines addressing wandering associated with Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and autism. So this was so important and needed to stand alone from the missing persons guidelines, which included some of this language, but this went more into depth. The law recognizes over 60% of individuals with Alzheimer's dementia will wander. Nearly half of children with autism will elope or bolt. Elope is a term for leaving a safe place at some point. The survival rate drops sharply the longer the vulnerable person is missing. The bill required posts to complete guidelines by January 1st, 2026, and must consult a wide set of stakeholders, including law enforcement agencies, DOJ missing and unidentified persons section, autism and dementia advocacy organizations, emergency services and regional centers, public transit, and hospital partners. This mandate is a direct statutory requirement under Penal Code 13515.40. This is a new standalone guideline, like I mentioned, but we use the missing persons guidelines as a template to expand on that. And I also like to thank committee member Cottrell. She was a subject matter expert on our guidelines. And we met here at Post on March 25th through the 27th with all the subject matter experts to develop these wandering guidelines. AB 2541 requires Post to include specific operational elements. Investigational checklists, that was for the officers responding to the wandering persons calls. Protocols for deploying resources, including search and rescue assets, search dogs, drones, helicopters. Community awareness campaigns for wandering prevention and water safety. Technological solutions, including wandering prevention devices, proactive registries, and community alert systems. Coordination protocols among law enforcement, dispatch, EMS, hospitals, and transportation systems. In our subject matter expert group, we included BART PD as our transit experts because that was one of the requirements by law, but they also contribute to the law enforcement side of the house also. Overview of what post developed during the workshops. One was behavioral foundations, autism spectrum disorder, Alzheimer's disease, and dementia-related symptoms. So we listed those for the responding officers so they'd have some kind of a background to know the type of individual they may be dealing with. 4-phase response framework, initial call, intake, and dispatch actions. Patrol initial response and rapid search. Investigative activation and expanded search operations. And long-term investigation. The community side, the community awareness and prevention, water safety education, wandering prevention messaging, partnerships with schools, regional centers, senior centers, hospitals, and advocacy groups. Technology and alerts, use of GPS, the brand AirTags, or other devices that track. Registries, the Take Me Home registry, LA Found, those are voluntary registries. Silver alerts and endangered missing persons alerts. Geofencing and wireless emergency alert system. And coordination protocols for dispatch, public safety partners, hospitals, transit systems, DOJ missing unidentified persons system, SAR and air assets, search and rescue. So these guidelines satisfy all statutory requirements. They reflect expert input from 16 subject matter experts across a 3-day workshop. They're scalable statewide, impose no fiscal impact, strengthen officer safety, public safety, and vulnerable person protection, and provide a consistent statewide approach for rapidly growing problem. And I'd also like to add that our Learning Technology Resources Bureau, LTR, just produced a video that's soon to be published. It's in the post-production phase now. It's in the Did You Know series, so they're the short 3 to 5 minute videos on wandering specifically. So they gave us a preview of it, and it's soon to be released. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee on this item?
Yes, I do. Brent Stalker, CPTMA. I had a question regarding protocols. How are the smaller agencies able to handle some of the protocols that are going out? For instance, search and rescue, the helicopter, that could be a financial impact on the smaller agencies. And I definitely talk from experience on this. I'm lucky enough to have an agency where we have a large search and rescue. And I can recall 3 or 4 times just this year where search and rescue's been called out and they successfully have found the person. So how is that going to work with like smaller agencies that may not have the resources? Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. Some of the management studies we conduct, we work with smaller agencies that have limited resources. And we always ask if they've looked at regional solutions. So if it's not their neighboring city agency, looking towards the county. And the counties usually have more assets than the smaller departments. So we're looking at search and rescue operations that are usually a lot of volunteer personnel that could assist in those instances. Equipment, especially helicopters, many agencies do not have them. Drones, a lot of agencies are starting to get drones themselves, but a lot of agencies do not have those yet. So shared assets is probably the best way to approach that.
Just another comment on this. You know, a lot of times people associate search and rescue with mountains and country, but we've utilized them in metropolitan areas as well, which again is very successful. So just as a statement, I'm definitely concerned about the smaller agencies and their resources, and I'm hoping that they have the ability to utilize, you know, the search and rescue teams, maybe with the sheriff's department. And I just want to make sure we're taking that into consideration, because I think a lot of times they're probably concerned about the cost. Because I know it's expensive. It's expensive to have a search and rescue. It's expensive using the helicopter. I also agree with the drones. I think that's a great idea. I'm a big advocate of drones. We use them all the time, and so do, you know, my neighboring agencies. So definitely encourage departments to, utilize drones. Again, they're expensive. So that's something, obviously to take into consideration, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Also, the shared assets part is, I mean, many agencies have working agreements, and if they don't have MOUs in place, it's basically, we talked to a lot of the agencies, they're asking units to assist that are just neighboring agencies. So depending on the scope and the scale of it, definitely some agencies may not have the capabilities to respond to something like this. But that's when they may have to activate OES or some other larger scale operation.
Sorry, one last comment. Is that part of the protocols to encourage smaller agencies to maybe have an MOU on that, or to encourage them to definitely look at that? Because what you're bringing up is a very valid point, and I just don't want to see it go unnoticed, just based on the importance of this wandering.
Just a reminder that I can pull these anytime. This is a startup guideline. We didn't have a foundation to build on. So definitely, if there's something we might need to incorporate, we will look at that. I'm not sure if that specifically says that, because the guidelines are just that. They're just guidelines, a framework, and recommendations. So definitely I'll look at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this. It's important. So we get multiple calls on this. So I think it's extremely important. I appreciate it.
Petrel, I have a comment on this. So part of what the framework is supposed to do is to get agencies to start thinking, right? Part of it is that education piece, not just for our public at large, our communities, but it is for our small to medium-sized agencies to start considering what their action plan should be and to start doing some of that pre-planning. A lot of the resources that are available from OES, maybe smaller agencies don't know that they're available. And so if they can go through the guideline and start to understand what resources are available at the state level, that they can ask for help or ask for mutual aid, that is part of the starting point of this, is that education piece. This was a fun project because I was asked to speak before the California legislature in March of 2020 about missing persons. And one of the first questions that one of the assembly members asked was, after the first 24 hours has passed and I'm allowed to call 911 and report this person is missing, what should we do? And that was my first indicator that the people who are writing the laws may not necessarily be familiar with how the laws are currently written. And so when we have frameworks like this that can do some of that education piece and let folks know what resources are available, I think that was part of the purpose. So thank you very much for your work.
Fantastic.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Okay, thank you, Kevin. Our next item will be item 2F, a report on the status of out-of-state officers. And at this time, call upon Bureau Chief Carrie Holler from the Basic Training Bureau to provide a report on this item.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Advisory Committee. At the September Commission meeting, Post staff was asked to compile data and conduct an analysis of surrounding West Coast states' academy training standards and compare them to California Post standards. Present possible concepts on how we could potentially authorize out-of-state officers to support California's mutual aid requests in support of major security incidents, including national security special events. As a starting point, Post staff obtained the training curriculum from the following states: Washington, Oregon, Arizona, and Nevada. Currently, Post relies upon its basic course waiver process to evaluate, validate, and authorize out-of-state officers seeking to gain employment as a peace officer in California. The basic course waiver process provides an out-of-state officer with an exemption of the regular basic course or specialized investigators basic course training requirements if certain criteria has been previously satisfied, but it does not exempt them from any other hiring requirements. As such, the out-of-state officer must meet our training, education, and experience requirements, which are, and this is increased, or it's increasing in January, so I use the January hours. So they must have 400-hour general law enforcement basic course. All 4 of those states met that requirement. They have to have the applicant has to have 664 hours of general law enforcement training, including the basic course. So this is applicant specific. Legislatively mandated training topics included in the California Post Regular Basic Course. None of those 4 states met all of the legislatively mandated training subjects. I'll go into more detail later in the presentation. And then 2 years, just increased from 1 year to 2 year of general law enforcement experience. And that's also applicant specific. Once the out-of-state officer meets those requirements, they must attend a 161-hour requalification course. The purpose of the requalification course is to provide training on legislatively mandated topics and other manipulative skills specific to California. So based upon our research and analysis, each state has different content missing in comparison to California. Please refer to the attachments that were in the agenda item for more specifics. However, there was some content that was consistently short, either hours or missing entirely from those states. So in LD 37, which is people with disabilities, a legislative mandate it requires the student to have 15 hours and specific topics under that training. All 4 states were missing content and or hours. LD 34, which is first aid, CPR, and AED, a legislative requirement has 21-hour requirement. Oregon and Washington did not meet the hourly requirement, and they do not cover the AED training. Nevada does not meet the hourly requirement and does not cover bloodborne pathogens. The next was the shotgun training. All 4 states do not train on the shotgun. So although this is not a legislatively requirement under to be included in the RBC, it's been included in the RBC to meet that penal code requirement. This prevents cadets from graduating from the academy and then needing to go attend a separate shotgun course to satisfy that penal code requirement. And lastly, LD 26 critical incidents has required content for California, and it's not being covered in full for all the 4 states. So at the request of the LA 28 Olympics National Security Special Events Lead, say that 3 times, with the United States Secret Service Lead, we have participated in preliminary and general discussions with them, along with Cal OES, LAPD, and the LA County Sheriff, regarding their anticipated high demand for law enforcement officers to support safety and security for the Olympic Games. On closing, we will continue to collaborate, conduct research, and offer suggestions on how an out-of-state law enforcement officer mutual aid process could work, what challenges we could face, the legal liabilities associated with a post-validation certification of out-of-state officers, and if this process will require a legislative support change and or regulatory change. At this time, do you have any questions? I know I just gave a lot.
Questions, comments from the committee? Sheriff?
It seems to be conflating 2 things in my view. One is whether or not an out-of-state peace officer wants to apply for a position in California. And if so, if he or she meets the basic requirements to be a peace officer in California on an ongoing and regular basis versus a one-time mutual aid scenario, which is short-term in duration. Usually, if it's not a planned event like you're talking about, it's an emergency event where the assignments are specific to that particular event. There is oversight on the part of the agency who has jurisdiction and is requesting mutual aid. And so are you contemplating, or is someone contemplating that you would require out-of-state peace officers called into California for a mutual aid assistance, either emergency basis or a planned event like this, to go through some kind of course certification before they could be deployed?
Potentially, yeah. So I'll just put the Olympics as an example, since we've been talking all about it. We're trying to look at how we could have out-of-state officers come in and enforce state laws, but we're also looking, we are looking long-term, but then we have agency specifics that, LAPD will want certain training, that requirement. LASD may require the same or something different. So we are looking in that and speaking with them on that.
So speak as a sheriff who has utilized mutual aid extensively, involving agencies from throughout the state of California as well as other states. I get concerned that we are adding another bureaucratic layer to a scenario that is, again, short-term in duration, is supervised pretty closely. You're not typically having these people go out into areas where they're involved in patrol and they have to have the depth and breadth of knowledge that a patrol deputy or patrol officer would have to have. And I'll take, you know, bloodborne pathogens as an example. If I have a cop from Nevada come in to help me provide security at an event or in an emergency situation, do evacuations, common sense is going to dictate if they get blood on their hands, they should probably wash it off. And I don't know that that should necessarily preclude them from being here. And as somebody who's had to deal with mutual aid on an extensive basis, trying to get people into those areas quickly, I don't need another bureaucratic layer. I don't need another system where we have to now go through and decide whether or not you meet all the requirements. Get out there and start doing the job because I need the help right now. So if you're contemplating it from a planned event status, I still think you're adding too much bureaucracy to the situation. But if you're contemplating it from an emergency response situation, I would be very opposed to that. And I suspect strongly that my colleagues at State Sheriff's Association would share my views.
Ben?
If I may, Mr. Chair, Manny Alvarez. So first of all, the way this started was with the commission and discussions about what happens with the LA Olympics and other events where we need law enforcement to come in from other states. Is there a mechanism in place within law or within our regulations that would allow that? There's nothing in law, and the regulations currently in law to allow for that or in regulation. So the next question from the commission was, is there a mechanism that we can do that within regulation to waive large amounts of peace officers to come in if they have similar training? And that's what started with this discussion about, hey, let's make a comparison and see if similar states on the West Coast can be waived in via regulation without having to go through this bureaucracy. That also then led to a discussion about, well, as we're looking at that, there is now a basic course waiver process for each individual who wants to come to California, but can post do an assessment and say anybody, hypothetically speaking, from X state that graduated from an academy in 2021 forward, you do not have to go through this process. You can automatically apply for a position in California and go through the requal course and you're good to go. You don't have to go through the application process. So it started, dealing with how do we waive large, amounts of peace officers into California. If there isn't a law in place, can the commission do that? And then it morphed into, is there a mechanism to speed up the process for those that do want to come to California, that they don't have to go through this application process if the training is similar. So the basic course waiver process now is not a one-for-one. I mean, there's certain things that are required in there. For instance, the people with disabilities training, but I think like EVOC training, I believe we have 40 hours is what we have in the RBC, and we require 4 hours of EVOC training for any if I remember correctly. It might have increased, but I think it was around 4 hours. It's not a one-for-one. So the question, what I'm seeing no, is 4.5 hours.
It's okay.
But it was
I understand.
But yeah, the whole point was that it wasn't a one-for-one.
Yeah.
So how close are we is what the commission requested that we kind of analyze. So that's kind of how this whole process started. I think if you look at the charts, it seems like shotgun obviously is one of the big issues, report writing and people with disabilities. And perhaps the commission could just say, hey, we'll waive that and just move forward and give them, in regulation, give them an opportunity to come. So it wasn't to create bureaucracy. It was actually to streamline them coming to California, either for a mass event or for the future, if they wanted to come work as a peace officer in California, to simplify the process.
Appreciate that, Director. You'll forgive me if I'm cautious about the government attempting to limit bureaucracy and only to find itself creating more. But that said, having hired a couple of out-of-state peace officers and saw how they had to go through that process to compare what they had in terms of training, it is a bit of an arduous process. And I'm not necessarily complaining about that. I do think that there needs to be an equivalent, and I would love to see where we could establish reciprocity. Where I get concerned is when we have mutual aid events, especially contemplating emergency situation. I don't want any more barriers, even if they were intended not to be a barrier. And I guess it comes down to, let's not let perfect become the barrier to good enough under those circumstances.
I may add, one of the commissioners that spoke was very specific in saying, well, how can fire bring in people from all kinds of other states and from other countries to work in California, yet we as law enforcement officers can't bring somebody in from Reno or from Portland, Oregon to work? Should it require it? How can we fix that? So that's kind of the concept of it. Yeah.
Mr. Cordova.
Yes, thank you. I don't know how the mutual aspect of everything works, but I was thinking of a couple different things. One, in the state of California, we're talking about the Career Education Master Plan, and within the master plan, there's a big emphasis of skills assessment. So I look at this as being able to really look at what are the skills the individuals have and how they're going to be able to articulate to align with what our requirements in California are. So we're currently evaluating that in the system itself, but then it's also the articulation aspect of it. So it's our map for credit for prior learning. I think there's a way in a platform that we can leverage the CPL aspect of it to be able to do the assessment automatically. And there is a platform that if you meet this certain criteria, if you have certain skills or degrees or training, then we can align that automatically and just keep on moving forward without adding the bureaucratic approach to it. So just wanted to put that out there that we are currently under the Career Passport model that'll be coming out hopefully over the next 2 years. We could include the post aspect of everything in the skills assessment.
Cottrell. I also think there's room for discussion about tiering this approach, right? Because we're talking about emergent, that sometimes you just need to do stuff and say sorry later, right? And then there's limited term, which is going to be your World Cup and your LA28. If they're hired under a limited term basis, could there be a waiver without having to do some of the other things that we're talking about? And then if they're coming over as a full-time employee to be hired for, for continuation, that's a different thing. Then they should go through all the things and get the basic course and do whatever they need to do in order to be a full-time employee with that organization. But I do think if it's limited term employment, we know they're going to be here for an event, that there should be some wiggle or some waiver that they don't have to do these other processes.
I mean, Mr. Chair. So there are some things obviously that the commission can do pursuant to regulation and waive a lot of these things. However, there are certain things in the government code that we do not, or the commission does not control, such as every peace officer in California prior to appointment has to have a medical, has to have a psych, has to, do all of these things, has to be fingerprinted. And obviously that would create some challenges for anybody coming in from another state for even a short-term basis to serve as a peace officer in California, because they would be violating the government code. So things like that have to change. And those are some of the discussions we're having internally as a state. Like, how do we fix that? Should we need people to come in? But it's not all entirely in the post commission's hands, even though I think they want to go as far as they can to simplify the process to allow for it. But there are some challenges ahead. Yeah.
Yes, Brent Stalker. Sheriff, I couldn't agree with you more, and I don't want to add any more to bureaucracy, but I have a question. When we talk about out-of-state law enforcement officers coming in, for mutual aid, I mean, law enforcement's law enforcement, but I think one of the challenges that I see, and I'm not sure, with your experience, how you handle it, but different procedures. If you got somebody coming in from a different state, our procedures could be completely different than what they have. And we even see that within our state. And again, I don't want to add to it. I'm just curious, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with, just different agencies handling things differently than, maybe the agency that's requesting the mutual aid?
I'm glad that you pointed out the fact that from agency to agency, even within the same county, procedures can differ dramatically, and we still navigate that on a daily basis on regular routine patrol type calls. But in mutual aid scenarios, emergencies, and I suspect planned events, you operate under an incident command structure. And what my experience has been is that peace officers from different jurisdictions, be they in state or in county, are given tasks that are overseen by law enforcement officers who are from that jurisdiction. And oftentimes they're given very specific, very basic tasks that don't require you to deviate or take into account deviations from procedures. So for example, if I'm sending you in to evacuate a neighborhood because it is burning down, I tell you, go with my deputy to this neighborhood, knock on doors and tell people they have to leave or they're going to burn to death. Or if it's a planned event, it would be, listen, your job is to make sure that this particular area doesn't have anybody walk in with a gun and shoot everybody up. And I would anticipate that the vast majority of law enforcement officers that's the United States would have an idea about how to do that. So I think the answer is you come down to this. It comes down to command and control of the operation, and the agency who is requesting mutual aid is responsible for command and control, and they're the ones that are going to dictate the mission and put guardrails, if you will, on personnel to make sure that they can handle the mission that they're given, and it takes the variables that you're concerned about out of that. That's my view of that.
Absolutely. I mean, ideally, you said it earlier, ideally it'd be nice to team, have somebody, obviously from that area, team up with somebody outside the area. But again, that's not always possible, but ideally that would be a great thing. But thank you.
Just add to the comment, and not to belabor the point, but I'm just gonna agree with everything that Sheriff Hone said. And I know it's a concern from Cal Chiefs as well. I'm sure we'll support and probably work with Cal Sheriffs to address this with respect to Manny's input, that there's some things certainly they're just outside of what Post is able to do. I do agree with you completely. I agree with the efforts of Post in terms of someone that wants to come from another state and work here. I think it's a good way to look at what you're doing with this particular study. But with regards to mutual aid, I agree with the sheriff. There's got to be an easier way to do it. And a good example I can think of off the top of my head, I think it was last year or maybe it's 2 years now, Milwaukee Police Department put out a nationwide mutual aid request for the Republican convention. I remember we received a request from Milwaukee PD to send people to there for the convention. So I know it's happened in other states. It's certainly something that can be done. And we're all still struggling to some degree with staffing issues, and it's not just the Olympics, it's the World Cups that's coming, it's the Super Bowl that's coming. You mentioned wildfires, which is one I was thinking about. Agencies with few resources on our borders get faced with a challenge like that. There's got to be something we can do. So, okay, thank you. And you're sticking around, right? Alrighty, so 2G is a report on the status of peace. You know what? Let me take a second. Now be a good time for our morning break for a court reporter. Break. Okay, so it is 11:10. How about a 10-minute break? So we'll be back here in session at 11:20. Thank you. Okay, we are back in session. And next up is a report on item 2G, the status of the PC 832 Firearms Pilot Agency Survey. And continuing will be Bureau Chief Carrie Holler from the Basic Training Bureau.
After presenting the request to pilot the LD-35 firearms chemical agents at the September commission meeting, there was a concern about the effect the increase in hours will have on agencies who employ security officers / public officer positions. Since Post does not track these appointments, staff developed a survey which was sent out to 614 agencies throughout the state. The survey asked agencies if they employed officers under California Penal Codes 831.4, 831.5, and 831.6. If these appointments were authorized to carry firearms, and if yes, how often they were required to qualify, and what type of positions they were in, and what type of shifts that they worked. We're still collecting the data from the agencies, but as of today, we've collected 457 responses. So the following is an overview of that data that's been collected. For public officers appointed under California Penal Code 831.4, the Penal Code defines them as a sheriff's or police security officer who serves as a public officer employed by the sheriff or a police chief. Of the 457 agencies, 37 agencies responded that they employ them. Of those 37, 28 responded that they are authorized to carry firearms. The survey also asked how many were authorized to carry a firearm. So in total, we received 1,532. Authorized to carry was 1,250 or 82%. Not authorized to carry was 282 or 18%. Please be advised on that. There were 2 agencies who just put all staff, so there wasn't a specific number provided. For public officers appointed under California Penal Code 831.5, Penal Code defines a custodial officer as a public officer employed by specific counties or a population of 425,000 or less, whose primary role is the custody and operation of local detention facilities, but who is not a peace officer. Out of the 457 agencies who responded, 32 agencies responded that they employ them. Of those 32, 19 agencies responded that they are authorized to carry firearms. Again, the survey asked how many were authorized to carry a firearm, and we received 3,208 responses. Authorized to carry was 1,459, which is 45%. Not authorized to carry was 1,749, or 55%. For public officers appointed under California Penal Code 831.6, Penal Code defines it as a transportation officer, as a public officer, not a peace officer, appointed on a contract basis by a peace officer to transport a prisoner or prisoners. Out of the 457 agencies who responded, 9 responded that they employ them. Of those 9 agencies, 6 agencies responded that they are authorized to carry firearms. The survey asked how many were authorized. We received 33. Authorized to carry were 10 or 30%. Not authorized to carry was 23 or 70%. The next question asked if the agency had other public officers that they employ. However, when we received responses on their penal code appointment, a significant number provided peace officer classifications that require the regular basic course or the specialized investigators basic course, rather than the public officer classification we requested. So please keep this in mind for the remaining questions and the data. Next question asked if they required the public officers to qualify with their firearm. Out of the 457 agencies who responded, 46 responded yes, which is 34%. The answers were mostly quarterly, with a few annually and biannually. The next question asked if they're required to have updated training. 25% responded yes, and 75% responded no. The next question asks what types of assignments the public officers are used for. And we had a wide variety of responses. We would be here all day if I read them all. So a few of the answers for public officers included animal control, code enforcement, parking enforcement, armed correctional deputies, custodial officer, court security, jailer, jail transport, and building security. The last question we asked was what kind of shifts the assignments worked. Out of the 70 that responded, 21 put just day shift, and the remaining 49 put all shifts or a combination of day shift, swing shift, or day shift and night shift. So in summary, we received the following. A total was 14,854, but please keep in mind a significant number were peace officer classifications that required that regular basic course or the specialized investigators basic course. Authorized to carry was 85% and not authorized was 15. At this time, I will take any questions with all that data.
Questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Cordova.
Thank you, Anthony Cordova, California Community College Chancellor's Office. I don't have a question. I think I just have a comment and a statement. In regard, and this isn't regards to the survey itself. I think it's more relevant to just 832, the pilot. Some of the field representatives for the California community colleges are expressing some concern with the additional 28 hours in the requirement. For example, our Riverside County, they used a shared facility. The sheriff's facility uses it, and the range is limited accessibility. So there's going to increase the accessibility to some of the hours. There's also the approach about how our smaller community colleges and our programs are going to be able to help support and scale up on some of that. And then I'm going to also just as a reminder, curriculum, it takes time to get through the process. So we just got to be mindful of that. And that's just a general plug, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. In that pilot process, those are things we have taken into consideration.
Yeah.
Additional questions or comments from the committee? Ready. Thank you for that report. All right, our next report is item 2H, a report on the Tribal Police Pilot Program. It is AB 134, and at this time I call upon Attorney 4, Bryant Henley from the Legal Affairs Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. Yes, as the chair explained, wanted to fill you in on a bill that took effect, became law this year. And again, it's AB 134. Before I speak about the bill, I think it might be helpful to first get into some of the details about the background that led to this bill. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the Native American to state law enforcement cooperation and the way that works in California and in a number of states, Public Law 280, which is a federal law, which took effect in 1953, it expanded state jurisdiction for local law enforcement agencies and limited federal criminal jurisdiction for law enforcement agencies to enforce laws in certain states, California being one of those states, the others being Alaska, Minnesota, Nebraska, Oregon, and Wisconsin. And so after Public Law 280, state police and state prosecutors became the primary means for enforcing state law on tribal lands. While tribal police can also have their own tribal law and tribal law enforcement officers who can enforce laws on those lands, there are limitations for tribal police officers to do that type of work. And specifically, among other things, tribal police currently have no power to enforce state law. In particular, can have no power to enforce laws against California residents. So they can enforce their tribal laws for tribal persons, but not for persons who are not tribal members. With those limitations, Assemblymember James Ramos had sought to change the status quo in California. And that's where this AB 134 came about. That's a program that would create a tribal police pilot project here in the state, in California. So there are really two primary reasons that Assemblymember Ramos authored AB 134. The first was, again, to address the limitations that tribal police officers currently have when investigating and prosecuting violations of state law, including the enforcement of laws against non-native persons. And the second principal reason is to address the alarming rates of abduction and murder of Native American women, commonly referred to as the missing and murdered Indigenous people issue. So the MMIP, it's sometimes referred to. So Assembly Bill 134, which was signed into law by Governor Newsom on June 27, 2025. It establishes this tribal police pilot program. It's a 3-year pilot program that begins in July of 2026 and ends currently in July of 2029. The program directs the California Department of Justice, along with Post, to coordinate together to select up to 3 federally recognized tribes that would participate in the program. Currently, there are approximately 109 federally recognized tribes within the state that could potentially participate. Among those, Post and DOJ will work in coordination to seek out applications, review those applications, and then determine and select potentially up to 3 tribal entities that could participate. Again, also Post and DOJ have the joint duty to oversee and ensure these tribes' compliance with the program's requirements as listed under Assembly Bill 134. Among other things, this law requires participating tribes to enact certain tribal laws, and those tribal laws would include laws relating to the Public Records Act. So they would, in effect, adopt a Public Records Act similar to California's Public Records Act. That's one requirement. Another major requirement is that the tribes that would participate would have to waive sovereign immunity and adopt laws similar to the Government Claims Act here in California for officers who are conducting peace officer powers within the scope of those duties. It would also require, which of particular significance to Post, compliance with the provisions of the penal code that are generally applicable to peace officers, those including, of course, the requirements of Senate Bill 2, including the reporting of misconduct, the investigation of misconduct, and the certification and decertification of persons who would become peace officers under this program. It also, of course, requires that these officers would have to be subject to the same minimum background qualification and eligibility requirements that are applicable to any California peace officer, such as Government Code Sections 1030, 1031, and 1031.4. And obviously the ineligibility issues of Government Code 1029, including felony convictions and ineligibility due to such a circumstance. This program also would require tribal police officers that seek certification to meet the same requirements as those applicable to deputy sheriffs and city police under Penal Code Section 832.4. It's essentially the same requirements that would apply specifically for these tribal officers. They would have to obtain the basic certification upon completion of at least a 12-month probationary period and would have to get that certification no later than 24 months after employment. That's kind of a high-level description of what AB 134 is about. And as I said, the California Department of Justice and Post are directed to work together in coordination to implement this program. A couple of key timeline parameters just for you to be aware. The tribes that are interested in participating must submit applications by January 9th. The Department of Justice primarily will be selecting up to 3 tribes by January 23rd of 2026. And then from January through June of 2026, both DOJ and Post will be working as they are now to develop the legal and administrative frameworks to make sure the tribes that seek to participate have met all of those adopted laws that are required to participate in the program. And then again, as I mentioned, the pilot implementation will begin from July of 2026 through July of 2029. And that concludes my high-level summary of the Tribal Police Pilot Program. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any questions of the committee. Yes, I got several questions. Brent Stalker with CPTMA. My first question is, how do we handle FTO? So if an agency decides, tribal police decides that they want to participate in this, I would imagine their FTO is different than probably state FTO, and I'm just making that assumption, don't know that. But how are we going to handle that? Thank you, Committee Member Stryker. That's a great question. It's actually a question. So one of the things I didn't mention is we've had what are called a couple of listening sessions where we've worked with DOJ, met with interested tribes. They've asked that very same question about their FTO programs. And I think At a high level, and our chief counsel, or others may want to add to what I have to say, but at a high level, there are many representations that have been made about whether an FTO program that a tribal entity has, whether it meets post requirements today or not. Some tribes have represented in these so-called listening sessions that they have FTO programs that do meet or exceed post requirements when it comes to those programs. The devil's in the details in terms of us being able to verify and determine what exactly the FTO programs would do currently, and then whether in fact those FTO programs would qualify and meet California's current requirements. So those are questions that are, until we know who the entities are that would be selected for the program, which is kind of a key first step. Once we know who those entities are, it's a deeper dive into what those entities' FTO programs look like. And I do see our executive director maybe wants to add to that.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, in the discussions with the tribes a couple of weeks ago, and I think we have another listening session in a week or two with the other tribes, there was a discussion about field training, and a lot of the tribes have individuals serving as tribal officers that were previous peace officers or are current peace officers, either as level 1 reserves or have recently retired. And the question was, do we have to put them through a field training program if we are now one of the tribes that has the ability to participate in the pilot program? And the rule is in California, they just have to go through it once. So if they went through it once already in their previous position, they do not have to go through a field training program again. We're not going to obviously require that. So it's a one and done is what we told them. Obviously, if they're bringing new officers, our belief is in the future, if they bring somebody in right out of the academy, then they would have to put them through a field training program, and it would have to be a field training program that's signed off on or authorized by post. But it seemed like during the conversation that most of their tribal officers have already served as California peace officers, already have their basic certificates and other advanced certificates, and have completed a field training program. But that was definitely one of the questions, and I don't imagine that's going to be a insurmountable thing for them to get through the process.
Question. Let's see if anybody else has any. Okay, you were talking about, if I'm understanding you correctly, that in order for them to participate in this, they would have to, you talked about giving up sovereignty. Am I correct on that? Correct. Okay, so how does that work if they have a change of mind? So let's say they decide that, and I apologize, I don't know how long was it going to, the pilot was going to?
3-year program.
3 years. So let's say a year and a half, they have a council change or something happens and they decide that they no longer want to do that. Are we going to have the ability to adjust to that?
Great question, Committee Member Stalker. And the short answer is yes. So in Assembly Bill 134, which became law, one of the provisions in that law is that if the Department of Justice in coordination with Post, we number one, both have the power to audit and investigate any of these tribal entities that go into this program. And if at any time it is the determination of DOJ and or Post that the entity is not in compliance with all of the legal requirements, that can result in an action by Post and or DOJ to remove them from the program. Removal from the program would also consequentially mean that those officers are no longer peace officers. The ones who were candidates, the tribal entities that we sought to be peace officers, would lose that power under this bill. So there is an opportunity within the 3-year program for Post and or the Department of Justice to take action in the event that an entity either chooses not to or is unable to meet the requirements of AB 134.
Do we know how long that would take?
The removal process? It's an excellent question. I think it's we don't. I think the short answer is no. I'm happy to have others address it, but certainly there's going to be some procedure that would be required in order to there would be the investigation, the identification of the issue, and then the opportunity for the tribe to respond to those issues. And as you might imagine, that's going to require some process, some time for that process to play out.
But in terms of the ability of tribes to continue, if they choose to withdraw on their own, that would be one scenario. But if it's a situation where, say, a tribe wants to participate, but it's the determination of DOJ and or post that they're not complying with all the requirements, that would likely be a longer procedural tail. And sorry for all the questions.
Oh, no, that's
I
what we're here
appreciate it.
for,
I
of
appreciate it.
course.
How would they handle the large calls like homicides? Are they going to be willing to allow other agencies to come in and help? Whether that's DOJ or the county sheriff? Has that been talked about or any type of consideration on that?
So in this committee member Stalker, this would be a scenario involving a homicide within the tribal jurisdiction?
Yes.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is one of the things I should have highlighted perhaps in more detail is that the authority of these tribal police officers changes, as you might imagine, whether you're within the reservation territory or outside of. But I do want to emphasize that under AB 134, under certain exigent circumstances and other circumstances, these peace officer powers extend beyond the tribal reservation. So I sort of as an aside want to make that clear. But to your question, under your scenario, we're talking about a homicide within a tribal reservation. And I think the short answer is under this bill for a tribe that's been determined to be an eligible tribe that has a peace officer who has the regular basic certification. They could conduct their own investigation. They could completely take over the entire process. It would have to be referred to a state court for prosecution. So it wouldn't be under this program, it's not a tribal prosecution or a tribal judge. It would be a state court process like any other enforcement matter, whether it's within a jurisdiction of a tribal jurisdiction or not. Whether and to what extent that tribal law enforcement agency would wish to cooperate with, say, a local county sheriff or other entity, it's really going to likely depend on each tribe. But I can also say that we know that many tribes that have more sophisticated tribal police programs do work and try to work in coordination with their county sheriff and local law enforcement. And many of them have deputization agreements with other sheriff's departments. So organically, we may find that there would be good cooperation, but that's not a certainty.
Okay, and so just to kind of continue on this, is that something that they would be willing, because let's just again use a scenario of homicide. They have a homicide on Indian lands. How is that going to work? Are they going to want to follow the state laws, or are they going to want to, I guess, again, I apologize, I'm not that knowledgeable on this, but would they want to follow federal laws? Is there going to be both? How is that going to work?
Another great complex question, Committee Member Stryker. I think the short of it is that we're talking about, there are a couple of things here. We go back to that Public Law 280, which we spoke about at the beginning of this discussion. And so currently under the law, tribal entities and their ability, say you have a homicide on tribal lands, the ability of a tribal entity to enforce state law, especially if we're talking about a suspect who is a non-tribal member. So I mean, there are a number of questions. Is it a tribal member or a non-tribal member? Under Public Law 280, that impacts the extent to which the tribe may take action. If it's a non-tribal member under Public Law 280, they have no jurisdiction whatsoever. This bill would allow them to do the police work and hand it over to a state prosecutor. So that's kind of the scenario there. But if we're talking about a tribal member, it could potentially be the case that the prosecution would be under the tribe's own tribal laws. There could be a prosecution for a homicide under the tribe's own tribal laws for that tribal member. And there could also separately be potentially a prosecution under the state's laws for that same individual. But it's going to depend upon the nature of the suspect and the nature of the crimes that are alleged. But in terms of the federal side, there really is a limited amount of federal involvement under Public Law 280. So really it is for those states that are under Public Law 280, it's primarily the state jurisdiction of the state police force that is the kind of the primary driver, is my understanding. And let me pause in case our executive director or chief counsel have anything they wanted to add. Okay.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Bryant. Not in relation to everything Bryant just mentioned, but Public Law 280 is obviously can be very challenging and confusing. We're in the process right now of developing a new online self-paced training course. So we've done that in conjunction with many of the tribes, with DOJ, and just would like to single out San Bernardino Sheriff's Department for helping us with that, as well as Riverside, San Diego, and the actual Humboldt Sheriff was also a part of that. So we hope to have that out sometime next year.
Yes, Mr. Gamboa.
Gamboa, quick question, is it sounds like there's a lot of momentum to help tribal police under this assembly bill become a post-participating agency? Is that kind of the end goal? And if so, under 832.6, does that give their officers the status and authority of similar to a California peace officer? And are they getting, sorry, this is a loaded question, right?
That's quite all right.
Are they getting a basic post certificate or under 832 a reserve officer certificate? Thank you.
Thank you, Committee Member Gamboa. Let me kind of break those out. So there were a few questions in there. I think the first, please, that's what we're here for. So the first question, as I heard it, was, is this bill, AB 134, a program to allow tribal entities to become post-participating agencies? And the short answer to that question is no, it is not. That's not what this bill does. So the extent to which an agency, such as a tribal entity or a non-tribal entity, could become a post-participating agency, this bill doesn't address that question. So that's the sort of answer to that question. The second question I think I heard, and I might have missed one, so you might have to remind me, but the second question I heard was, in terms of a certification for these peace officers, is this a post-certification or is this something else? And it is a full, regular, basic post-certification is the answer to that question. So this law would say that any tribal entity that participates who wants to work one of their peace officers through the program can and could go through the process of going through the at least 12 months of probation, completing the regular basic course, completing the background and other requirements that any other peace officer would have, and could become a certified regular peace officer under the program after completing that regular basic certification process.
In essence, they could be a lateral if they wanted to seek employment.
Yes. So to that question, the question being, so say we have a person who's gone through this process, they've gotten their regular basic certification, and it's within the 3-year period that they've received that certification. And I'll look to my colleagues if they want to clarify anything I've said. But yes, my understanding is that officer who went through the full regular basic course, got their basic certificate within that 3-year period, could lateral to a non-tribal law enforcement agency, potentially be eligible to do it. And then obviously the agency would have to make a determination. I'll look to my colleagues for any.
Once they obtain their certificates, the certificates are theirs, portable, just like any other peace officer in California. So if they get their basic certificate, they can lateral, they could go to another tribe, they could go to a police department or sheriff's department. They'll carry that for life.
It's an interesting project because we kind of always look at like FTO programs and stuff, and part of the conversation I didn't hear yet, and it's probably down the wire. Like, who are your FTOs? There's a regulation that qualifies who can be an FTO, and I think that's under 1004, I think, or 1005. It's one of those two, yeah. So them not being a post-participating agency, are they using other FTOs from another post-participating agency? I'm not sure.
You think, Bryant? So that we're estimating, and we don't know at this point who's gonna, which tribes are gonna attempt to participate or apply, but we anticipate the numbers to be very small. And generally speaking, 8, 9, 10 person departments. Generally speaking, like I mentioned before, most of them have already completed field training. Even if they haven't, it is very difficult for a small department, such a department with 8 to 10 people, to maintain and manage a field training program. So a lot of times we'll see them be sent off to a sheriff's department or a PD that has a field training program to complete the field training program. So those are the options for them. They can definitely go to the sheriff or to a police department to do that, or they can apply and run their own field training program if they so desire. But it is laborious. Obviously, the field training officer has to go through certain training, updated training, and it just takes time and money. So we don't know what they'll want to do, but those are their options.
Question, Pacheco CPOA, so 3-year program, if I heard correctly?
that's
So would
correct.
the 2-year CPT cycle apply? If they can take that certification and potentially lateral?
The continuing professional training requirements, and I'll look to my colleagues to supplement my answer, but I think the way the law is written, the requirements of a peace officer who becomes eligible, becomes certified through the regular basic certification, has the same obligations that the tribes and their officers have the same obligations that another peace officer certified within the state would have, including the CPT obligations. That's my general understanding. And see my colleagues nodding their heads, yes.
Question, Erman from FORAC. How robust is the interest in this program? Are you seeing a lot of, you said 109 potential departments?
Yes, thank you for the question, Committee Member Erman. There are 109 federally recognized tribes, but a much smaller portion of those are interested, showing at least so far, based on the listening sessions that we've held, a very much smaller number have shown an interest. And that's not surprising in that some of the 109 federally recognized tribes, they may cover a territory of 1 square mile or less, so and then there are tribes that have a much larger amount of territories, which many of whom do have a more sophisticated tribal police department. So as our executive director mentioned, we're talking about police departments that are probably no more than 15 peace officers within them, maybe 8, maybe less. But for those that are, it's a smaller number of the 109. I wouldn't want to put a number on it, but I'd say maybe around 10 or less than 10 tribes that are expressing an interest. That's my guesstimate.
I think it'll be interesting, depending on the amount of groups that do decide to get in this program, if they do become, for lack of a better, full ticket post, how that'll affect their attention within these agencies, because now they'll be subject to what the rest of us are, is when the neighboring agencies get raises, everybody's going to jump ship.
It's great observation and question. I don't know the answer to it. I do know that I think one of the interests for AB 134 is the idea of dealing with the conundrum of persons who say are already certified peace officers who go to work for a tribal law enforcement entity, the transferability back into that environment. This bill, if this becomes more than just a pilot program, it might help tribes to recruit officers and vice versa. So there is the opportunity there potentially through this bill.
With regard to the selection process of the tribes that will participate in the pilot project, is there a mechanism by which the selection committee will seek the input of either the sheriff or the chief of police who has jurisdiction over, currently under Public Law 280, the tribes that are being considered?
I'll start, and our executive director may have more to add. But I think, strictly speaking, Chief Anaya, the law itself does not include any provision to have the input of sheriffs or police chiefs. With that said, and I don't want to go too far out of my zone, but I think it's fair to say that Post and the Department of Justice would be interested in the feedback of sheriff's departments and police chiefs. So it's not that the law may not say it, but I don't think that means that DOJ and Post aren't obviously very interested in that feedback.
Fair enough. Having experienced policing in tribal land under Public Law 280, I can tell you that tribal governments have complexities that, if you're not familiar with them, should be taken into account. Policing in tribal land have complexities, and there is oftentimes an historical knowledge that local sheriffs and local chiefs have that might be of value in determining whether or not a particular entity is suitable to launch this program going forward. So my recommendation would be that the process include some mechanism to seek the input of those jurisdictions who have who are serving those populations now.
Thank you. Very, very helpful suggestion. Thank you, Sheriff. Prince Docker. First of all, I want to thank you for your knowledge on this. I know you're getting peppered with questions and you're handling it wonderful. Another question. If I heard you correctly earlier, you talked about, if I'm understanding this correctly, that they may not want to be a post-participating agency. Is that correct?
And I may have, I'm not sure what I said exactly, Committee Member Stalker, but what I meant to say is that the law doesn't authorize one way or the other for these tribes to become or not to become post-participating agencies. So that's really just a different path. It's a different track that is not what this bill does. Whether and to what extent an entity would want to become a post-participating agency, you caught me. Here's what you stumped me on that one. I don't know what post position would be on that. And I'm looking to phone a friend. So
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say if I although the first time I want to speak, I'm having some sort of feedback loop. So the legislation itself doesn't mandate that one of the selected tribes become. As you know, historically, the decision to become a post-participating agency is voluntary. It's voluntary and it's incentive-based. So agencies can choose if they want to participate. They get the benefits of post-participation, but then they're subject to the regulations. There's nothing that would prevent a tribe from asking to become a post-participating agency. It could. However, the law already makes the tribe subject to all of our selection requirements. So what the law does is it says once once the three tribes have been selected, then any individual tribal officer who wishes to have California peace officer power under the new penal code section that grants new peace officer status to a tribal officer, those individuals become peace officers once a post has reviewed their background, their training, and so forth, and made a determination that they meet the California selection requirements. If that is the case, then they are subject to all of the post regulatory structure. So kind of the bottom line is the way that we've ensured that agencies are subject to all of our regulations is if they become post-participating and then they're required to be subject to our regulations. The tribes already are subject to those regulations just by virtue of the law. I don't know if that helps.
Yes, I think so. So if I'm understanding correctly, let's just say they decide not to be, which I don't know why you wouldn't want to be, but let's just say that they decide that they don't want to be a post-participating agency. What authority does Post have then to, work with DOJ on this if they don't want to be part of Post? And it just seems to me like maybe that should be a requirement. I don't know. And my second question on that is, if they decide not to be, then how do we regulate training? How do we regulate, perishable skills? Will they be required to do that if they're not, a post-participating agency?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. You're doing a great job, but
no, I'm sure our chief counsel will supplement my answer, but I think that it does go back to Mr. Darden's earlier point that the way AB 134 is written, it says in effect, it says for any tribe that wants to participate, you're going to have to do everything that a post-participating agency would have to do already. And so even if they say, I don't want to be a post-participating agency, that might be their prerogative. It doesn't change the fact that all of the CPT requirements, the other requirements that a post-participating agency would have, those requirements under the statute, under AB 134, those still apply directly to the tribes that participate. So I don't know if that fully addresses your question, and I should sort of reserve an opportunity for our chief counsel or our executive director to add to that. That was just my question. I just wanted to make sure we were still going to have the authority, on that if we're gonna, follow on that. So it sounds
sounds like we are.
The bill is absolutely clear that all of the laws that would apply to a post-participating agency also apply to these tribes, regardless of whether they choose to be a post-participating agency or not. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments on this item? Not, thank you, Bryant, appreciate it. Okay, our next item is going to be a report on item 2I, the status update regarding proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1005. Call upon Chief Counsel William Toby Darden from the Legal Affairs Bureau, who will provide a report.
All right, hi, this is going to be a quick update. As you know, on several occasions, the commission and this committee has reviewed the question of whether or not we should revise substantially our foundational training requirement in Regulation 1005. Previously, there had been a draft substantial revision of 1005, which, as I recall, came to the committee during the last meeting and then went to the commission. The commission, in reviewing the draft regulation, considering how extensive the changes were to the foundational training requirements, suggested that staff do a couple of things. And the first was to look to certain identified stakeholders and basically elicit comment from those stakeholders. And so staff sent correspondence with the draft of the proposed regulation to PORAC, CPOA, CSLEA, Cal Chiefs, Cal State Sheriffs back in October and requested comment. To date, we've gotten one full written response. It's attached to the agenda. That was from PORAC. And we understand that there may be several others whose comments may be coming. With respect to the PORAC comment, if you've reviewed it, as I read it, there are basically two primary issues that PORAC has, and they're issues with which, frankly, we agree. And that's the following. First, that if the new regulation is adopted, just that there be a sufficient lead time so that agencies would have the opportunity, if it is going to require substantial additional training, that they would have additional sufficient time so that they could plan for and get those new training requirements in place. And the second was a concern about grandfathering. And I think our view has been that there would be a grandfathering provision. I want to be a little careful with that because I think that there may be some peace officers in California who are not sort of properly viewing what I believe the current training requirements are. But assuming an agency has been properly training its peace officers and this regulation changes it, then I think the idea would be that those officers could continue to perform in their position as long as the training that they had at the time that they were appointed. As long as that's the case, they'd be able to continue. And just as with our new agency merger provisions in our post regulation, prospectively, any new officers that are hired, they would be subject to the new requirements. So again, with respect to both grandfathering and sufficient lead time, I think those are propositions that obviously it's up to the commission to decide, subject to the input of the committee. But those are concerns that we certainly understand. With respect to the remaining comment, the idea would be that we would take any written public comment or any verbal comment that we got. We would send it out for then formal public comment in the beginning of the year. And then all of those comments, the public comment that was received, and then any of the written or verbal comments from any of the stakeholders or others would then be taken back to the commission in March. And the commission would then consider all of those comments and then make a determination as to how much of the foundational training requirements it wanted to change. So that's all I had for today. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, comments from the committee? Sheriff O'Neill.
Thanks, sir. A couple of questions and then, so since this last meeting, I've taken a closer look at this and I've been contacted by some other sheriff's offices with some concerns. First off, California State Sheriff's Association did not provide comment. However, I have spoken specifically with Kern County, who has some concerns.
Yes.
Question. I note that you go through and identify various peace officer categories that would be subject to the regular basic academy and other peace officer categories that would be subject to the basic investigators course, right? And you go through and talk about peace officers defined under 830.1 per in A. But I note that you include a requirement which is consistent with the law today, that peace officer defined under 830.1 per in A, sheriffs, under sheriffs, deputy sheriffs, chiefs of police, and so forth, all would require the regular basic academy.
Right.
However, the marshals, deputy marshals, and I realize there's only 2 marshals officers left in the state of California, but they're under the specialized investigators basic course. Why did you carve the marshals out and put them in the specialized investigators basic course as opposed to leaving them in the regular basic academy?
Good question. So really the intent was to go through every category that exists in California in terms of individuals that are granted peace officer status. And this was frankly just my attempt in looking at the job classification and making a determination based on my experience and knowledge as to whether or not that seemed to be a course that's more RBC-ish or more specialized investigative or more 832 in nature. The whole point of putting this on paper and then putting it out for the commission and then for comment was to elicit these types of comments. And certainly we'd be interested in hearing from the marshals if the marshals believed that the RBC is a better match for them based on their job duties than the SIBC, or if they believed 832 for whatever reason is better. Just the idea is to take that input, bring it back to the commission and do that deep dive with respect to each of those job classifications to ensure that the proper foundational training was required. I'd be certainly interested now or at any time in the future as to what your specific concerns were with respect to marshals and what a better classification for foundational training might be.
Thank you for the invitation to comment. I
Yes.
was going to do anyway, but I appreciate that. Again, marshals are defined as peace officers under 830.1 per in A, like deputy sheriffs and police officers. And again, I believe there's only 2 marshals offices left in the state of California, Shasta County being one, I think Trinity the other. I'd be wrong about that. But those classifications are essentially performing the same duties that deputy sheriffs assigned to court security and civil divisions are being assigned. I don't see much investigative work being done from a court security perspective or from a civil process service perspective. And so if we're going to require deputy sheriffs who are assigned to court security and deputy sheriffs assigned to civil divisions to attend the regular basic academy, by which, by the way, I agree with that. It seems that we should be consistent and continue to require marshals or deputy marshals to have that same level of training. I don't see the investigator basic course being applicable to the job that they typically do. It's more in line with that of a deputy sheriff in those particular assignments.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful.
Very good. Moving on. I noticed that you don't address peace officers defined under 830.1 per in C, which are typically the jail deputies. And are you contemplating that you would leave their training standard the same with regard to passage of the STC core course and 832?
Yeah, so the idea would not be to do any rewrite of the current requirement for 830.1C jail deputies. It would continue to be 832 and the additional security training on top of that jail security course training.
And I've spent a lot of time reviewing the powers of a peace officer that's been granted by 830.1 per NC.
Yes.
And it is, the language can be confusing, so it takes some time to go through. But they
Yes.
essentially have full peace officer authority when they're assigned to their custodial related duty. So they can actually, execute arrest warrants, for example, for somebody who's in custody, or do any of those other things, investigated crimes that occur within a jail. But in addition to that, you have the ability under emergency circumstances to pull them out of that assignment and deploy them in the field under emergency situations. I've had to do that many times. Do you contemplate this interfering with our ability to pull 830.1 per NC deputies out of custodial environments to assist in emergency situations?
So there is a provision in the existing draft of 1005 that talks about jail deputies. It's on the last page. So it's within the 832 section. And the provision basically says 830.1C DEPs or correctional officers under 830.55A2 have to meet the 832 course and then have to complete the BSCC training pursuant to Penal Code 6035. This doesn't talk about under what circumstances those jail deps could be pulled out on an emergency basis into the field. I mean, my general understanding is that if a jail deputy that only has 832, if the sheriff wants to pull them out and have them work patrol, then they're going to have to go to the RBC.
On a regular basis, correct?
On a regular basis, right.
But there is a provision under 830.1 per NC that talks about utilizing them when there's a declared state of emergency.
It is, I wasn't aware of that. It's good to know. I appreciate that.
No worries.
Feedback, something to look
It
at.
doesn't sound like you're going to change that, and I'm comfortable with that as well. So now I want to move on to, there's still an effort on the part of Post to enhance the training requirements provided under 832. We just talked about increasing the firearms, the amount of training required for firearms.
That's right.
And that seems to be continuing on a dual track. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I think it is. So there were two parts to this. The first was just a recognition, and the committee may remember, this really started with SB2. And we started to learn about peace officers in the state who were performing effectively full law enforcement functions with only 832 training. That took us down the track of, is it sufficient, the current 40-hour course, which has been only 40 hours for decades, and is that sufficient, particularly in light of the fact that under Penal Code Section 832, once you have that foundational 832 course, you can exercise peace officer powers. So yes, you're right, that in some ways is a separate track from this one, but it is related. This is really talking about the foundational training requirements for all peace officers in California in light of the requirement, particularly under SB2, to have greater specificity in 1005.
Yeah, and I only bring that up because I recognize there is a need, we've identified a need for enhanced training across the board for peace officers, which is why there's some push to look at the 832 course. That said, it seems to me, and I think SB2 brought this to light, that you have these non-law enforcement agencies like water districts or park districts whose primary function isn't providing law enforcement services to their community, but they have the ability to employ peace officers as an ancillary component to the services they're providing, are the ones that we're the most concerned about in terms of, are they in fact getting the training that they need? Do they comply with the reporting requirements under SB2? Do they have the whole host or complement of requirements and support networks to employ peace officers? And I see where increasing the training for those individuals, again, working for what I'm going to describe as non-law enforcement agencies, right? This might be the case, and I'm speaking to the concerns raised by the folks I spoke to at Kern County, which is they have a classification of park ranger that works for the sheriff's office. And what they have done is they have limited the duties of those individuals or limited their scope of authority, but they still operate under the overview of the sheriff's office. And so if there is a need for general law enforcement, they bring a deputy sheriff in. And the concern is that if you require park rangers working for a law enforcement agency like the sheriff's office to go through a regular basic academy, well, then you don't need a park ranger anymore. You're just going to hire deputy sheriffs, right? That's going to increase the training cost and so forth and so on. And I wonder if there might be some capacity to maybe make a little closer look at if we're trying to deal with those entities that, again, are not traditional law enforcement agencies that we've had to bring into the fold pursuant to SB2 and make sure the training requirements that we look at a way to do that without creating an undue burden on law enforcement agencies like sheriff's offices and police departments that might employ some other classification like park ranger that is well aware of what the requirements of post are. There's mandated ongoing training, and there is a limitation of their scope of authority so that they are less likely to get into the problems that we see with, say, for example, some guy who works for the water district pulling people over for having expired registration and then getting into pursuits. I mean, I understand all of those kinds of things. So I think that's something that I would recommend that we maybe slow down and take a look at. And that's my comment for that.
So if I can respond to
Yeah,
that,
please.
we're very familiar with the Kern County's concerns. They've
Yeah.
come to the commission meetings and we've had some robust discussions with the commissioners in Kern County about their concerns with park rangers. And this is one of the problems, I'll just say without regard to Kern County specifically, but one of the problems is that agencies are appointing individuals as peace officers in California based on certain authority provided in the penal code. So for example, park rangers are 830.33. And that section, when they're appointed, let me see, now 830.31, sorry, 830.31B. Those individuals, when they're appointed under that section says that they are peace officers if the primary duty is the protection of the park and other property of the agency and the preservation of the peace therein. We've seen this with harbor districts and park rangers and so forth, and that is that an agency hires them under this authority, and the authority is a broad grant of authority to enforce the law and protect the property of the park, which is not limited. But what we're seeing is that agencies will hire, I'll just pick on a harbor district, for instance, they might want their harbor masters to be peace officers, and so they appoint them under the section of the code that gives them the peace officer power. And then they say, well, but we're not going to have them do felonies. We're not going to have them do, rapes or burglaries or anything like that. We'll just do misdemeanors. And then if anything, happens that we don't want them to handle, we'll call in the sheriff's department or a city police department. And I understand that. I understand why an agency might want to do that. From a regulatory perspective, my concern is that if the agency is hiring them under a section of the law that grants them peace officer status only by virtue of the fact that they have the authority to enforce the law, all the law, and protect and preserve the property and the peace of the premises, then that's not consistent with a local agency making a decision to limit the power. Kern County may limit it in some ways, a harbor district may limit it in other ways, and you're going to have a patchwork where officers are being appointed with broad authorities, but they're being limited by local agencies. And then the question is, from a statewide perspective, what does Post think the appropriate training is if you're appointed under that broad authority? And one of the solutions might be that agencies can look to other appointment authority. And that was one of the reasons why in the draft, I literally took the language from the penal code sections and plopped it into the regulation, because it makes clear that if the appointment authority is broad and the officer is hired and made a peace officer because they're doing work that really looks like RBC work, then Post would say, you have to have RBC training. Now, if a local agency wanted, for instance, to have a park ranger that was more a naturalist, right, that's not going to be wearing a gun and doing sort of the full range of peace officer powers. There are other authorities that are available for agencies to hire. So public officer and other authorities where they still might be able to make arrests and serve warrants and do those sorts of things, but they don't have peace officer status. But again, all the discussions that we wanted to encourage and to have, and then let the commission decide what it wanted to do.
So one more point on that. I appreciate that because again, I think it comes back to where you have agencies whose primary function is not the enforcement of law, and they hire people to be peace officers as an ancillary function to that, is where we potentially run into more of those problems. Whereas in a scenario where it is a primary law enforcement agency, a police department or sheriff's office that is providing the service to another entity or by contract, you do have a level of oversight. And I wonder also, and I'm just thinking, there is some, correct me if I'm wrong, provision within post regulations to limit the scope of a peace officer's authority, notwithstanding the fact that the broader authority granted by the penal code is less specific. In the case of reserves, right, there is a penal code section that talks about a person is a reserve peace officer, right? But post then has regulations that dictate what a particular reserve peace officer is capable of doing based on the level of training they have.
Right.
Level 3,
Right.
832, very
Right.
little. Level 2, something more, but not on their own, and level 1. And so
Correct.
would there be a way to maybe find a solution utilizing a pathway similar to that?
So one of the discussions that we had, and this gets into a term that's used in our regulatory definition of limited function peace officer.
Yeah.
The problem with that existing definition is that it's basically meaningless. It is something back from the 1980s that talks about a peace officer that was appointed under 830.1 prior to 1989 that wasn't responsible for full enforcement of law or something. Really doesn't have any applicability in modern times. So in terms of looking at these issues globally, one possibility, I suppose, might be to look again at that limited function peace officer definition and see if there is some sort of definition of a limited peace officer and appropriate delegation of the appropriate scope and function of their duty, limited duty and responsibility, and then to determine what training would be appropriate for that. The problem, as I'm sure you know, Sheriff, is mission creep.
Yes.
And so you're going to have individuals who are hired as nominally as a limited peace officer, but a deuce happens in front of them, or they end up getting in a pursuit, or something happens, a felony in progress, and they're going to respond to it. And so those things have to be carefully looked at as well.
Yeah, I do think the mission creep problem is likely more likely to happen in those agencies that aren't law enforcement agencies as their primary function. Whereas if a patrol sergeant hears the park ranger in pursuit, my anticipation of the patrol sergeant would say 1022 the pursuit immediately, or stop the pursuit immediately. But all that aside, the last piece of this is I also have some concern about capacity, because I know that there are oftentimes limited seats in the community college academies. And I would anticipate that those agencies that, again, don't have their own academy, like the water district that wants to hire somebody to be a peace officer, is going to be sending people through the community college academies. And we're already competing for space in there. So I want to be thoughtful about that as well.
Sheriff, Mr. Cordova.
Yeah, Anthony Cordova, California Community College's Chancellor's Office. Thank you for that engagement. I learned so much at these events. But to piggyback off of that last comment in regards to the California Community College and the capacity component of it, you had mentioned two concerns that you wanted to elevate, and one of them being the time commitment, and I wanted to add resources. So at any time that we start talking about enhancement, we got to start also remembering that there's going to be additional costs. So is there going to be revenue available or, funding to be able to help support the implementation as well?
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? I'll just add, Cal Chiefs did not submit a written response, but on behalf of Cal Chiefs, we support the changes to the regulations with regards to the comments that were provided by PORAC. We also agreed with regards to some sort of a grandfathering, but we agree with post perspective as far as long as they're properly trained, would agree with that. So that's from Cal Chiefs generally support. Okay, I think that's all for that item. So it's 12:30. I think we're gonna break for lunch now. We still got quite a few items to go through. We're gonna break for about 30 minutes. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Just on the remainder of this portion of the agenda, I'm gonna have an abbreviated report on item 2J. We will get a report on 2K. We're gonna skip L&M. The advisory committee does not have any input really on the fiscal piece of it, so I'm gonna skip those two items as far as presentations. And then we'll go to the report and legislative update and be back on track, hopefully for the remainder of the afternoon. So with that, Manny, do you have anything you want to add? It is just about 12:30. We'll break. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock and we'll go back to work. Thank you.
Just lunches in the executive.
Alrighty, we'll call this meeting back to order. Thanks, everyone. Our next item, excuse me, is item 2J, a report on the quality assessment program. I'm gonna ask probably for so we got coming up Bill Baldwin from the Training Program Services Bureau. We're just looking for an overview from the current statistics, not like the complete QAP report, but if you can just kind of provide the current, and I do believe there'll be a couple questions or comments, so.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is William Baldwin, and I'm a law enforcement consultant with the Training Program Services. So for the statistics, I've just got some of the basic ones. This year, we did a, from November 4th, 2024 to November 4th, 2025, we did 102 courses that were assessed. This is about a 7% increase from last year. There were 181 written assessments submitted, and that was about 3,783 course hours assessed. Out of that 102 courses that we assessed, there were 13 courses that had instructors who received either a needs improvement or unsatisfactory rating in at least one of the rubric categories. There were 3 courses that had regulatory deficiencies and 17 courses that had both instructor issues and regulatory deficiencies. So those are the major highlights of the program there.
Thank you. Were there questions or comments related to this item? Do you have a question? No? Thank you. All right, the next item is item 2K, a report on certification, decertification update. I'll call upon Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler from the Certification Bureau and Bureau Chief Christine Ford from the Professional Conduct Central Bureau to provide a report on this item.
Good morning. Afternoon. It's been a long morning. So I'm just going to go through these really quickly since you guys are mostly now familiar with reading these statistics. I know we have a couple of new members, so I'm just going to give a couple of points of clarification here. When we're looking at the numbers for our appointments approved, just want to make a note that that does include brand new peace officers to the profession, as well as lateral peace officers moving from one agency to another. The total AOS box that you see on the right-hand side there in kind of a pinkish red also includes peace officers who are lateraling from one agency to another. So these could be individuals who were terminated, individuals who have retired or resigned in good standing, or individuals who are leaving to go to another agency. So these are some inclusive numbers here. On the next slide, you'll see this is where we are at year to date on our certification actions. The number of temporary suspensions at the time of the publication of this agenda stood at 78. We had removed 74 temporary suspensions. Now those could be individuals who've had their temporary suspensions withdrawn by the executive director for a number of reasons. We no longer have standing for that temporary suspension because maybe they had criminal proceedings pending and the charges were dropped. Maybe upon further review, we deemed that this case did not rise to the level of serious misconduct with clear and convincing evidence. So various factors play into that. It also includes individuals who had temporary suspensions who have now either had a felony conviction or had their certification revoked because we have to remove that suspension to replace with the revocation action. At the time of this publication, we had 54 voluntary surrenders. That number is, as of this morning, was 58. We did receive a number of them right before the Thanksgiving holiday. And then you can see we currently stand at, the number here says 63. We currently stand at 72 revocations. That is inclusive of commission actions as well as, actually we don't have, default revocations, I'm sorry. Individuals who we recommended for certification action to either the board or the commission, and those officers then defaulted by not responding and requesting a hearing. So that includes those numbers, and it also includes individuals who are convicted of a crime identified in Government Code Section 1029, felony and some misdemeanors. So that's kind of a quick overview for our newest members.
You know, on that last slide, on the voluntary surrenders,
Yes,
you only showed the data for 1 year. How does that compare to prior years?
it's increasing as we go. So in March, I will actually have the full data set for 2025, and then I will compare them to the previous years so that you can see how that is trending, but it is trending up. We can do a deep dive to see if there's any patterns, if it's related to individuals who have been presented with, we do keep stats on people who have received letters of investigation, where we send them a letter saying, hey, we've received your case. We're now opening an investigation and proceeding forward. Here are your options. So several of those individuals have surrendered at that point. We have some individuals who have surrendered as a result of a plea agreement with either the district attorney or federal prosecutor. So we do have that information. I can break that down when we do this presentation in March. And then this slide is just an overview of the demographics, male, female, ethnicity, years of service, and age distribution. We have had questions before about the outliers in the age distribution on the far right. That's because we're looking at felony convictions. So they may not necessarily be current peace officers, but at some point they were a peace officer in California and have a felony conviction. And they are still walking among us. And so those who have passed, we don't have their numbers here, but those who are still living, as you can see, we have some 80-plus-year-olds in this category. Slide. It's just a further breakdown of these numbers. Actually, I'm sorry, the first slide is, yes, sorry, this slide is a breakdown of the numbers. Just a larger scale for you to see. And then the next slide is where we have started to dive into the education question that Sheriff Honey asked us several months ago. These are high level based on the data that we have within EDI. So what has been submitted to us when peace officers are applying for their professional certificates. So that would be their intermediate, advanced, supervisory, management, and executive. We are working on doing the deeper dive of how many people have some college, where that college experience is coming from. Is it for advanced officer training, or are they actually attending college courses? Is it a combination of both? So we are working on that, and we hope to have that for you in March. I know you've been waiting on this since June.
Waiting patiently. I'm waiting patiently. Thank you.
But we are working on it for you. It's a lot of data to go through. And we're trying to work in sample sizes of 500, given that we have 80,000 peace officers. We're probably only going to give you a sample size total of 2,000. In our initial analyses, it looks like that is a decent number to extrapolate. So we're working on that.
That's fair. Thank you.
And then this is just a further breakdown of that data. If we go to the next slide. Oh, there's not one up there. There should be in your packet information on the peace officers who've had their certifications revoked since our last commission meeting, that have had them revoked for Government Code 1029 identified crimes or convictions, and then a list of individuals who have been deemed ineligible for the same reasons. And for our newest members, there's a distinction between officers who are able to have their certifications revoked and officers who are deemed ineligible based on when SB 2 went into effect. So if their conviction was prior to SB 2 taking in effect, they're deemed ineligible to be a peace officer. If their conviction was after January 1st, 2022, then we have the authority to revoke their certifications.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and advisory members. I'm Christine Ford, the Bureau Chief for Professional Conduct Southern Bureau, and I'll be providing a update for the division on our statistics. So I'm happy to announce that our agency participation is at its highest since since we started SB2. As you can see on the dark blue lines, those are agencies that have more than one submission. There are 140 or 23% of our agencies have not reported, but I would also note that over half of those are agencies that have less than 10 officers on staff. So it's a good probability that those agencies do not have any cases to report to us. As you know, Post does continuous outreach to some of those agencies that we have not received reporting from. This past October, we did send out 186 letters to agencies. Either they did not have any submissions to us, or they reported, or their reporting was less than expected. And that's really primarily based on how many officers they have on staff. Of those 186, 60 of those were agencies which we would identify as traditional, our police departments, our sheriff's offices. But 126 of those were non-traditional law enforcement agencies, where, you know, they're rail yards, DA's offices. So that's why when you see the 140, it's not really concerning, because a lot of those agencies aren't your traditional law enforcement agencies that need to report. We did require that 60 of those agencies do report back to us, that the agency head or their designee send us back verification that what they've reported to us is what is accurate, what they have on record. Thus far, we've heard back from 40 of those 60, and we're still working on contacting those remaining 20 that we're asking to verify. So it's a pretty good reporting thus far. This graph just basically shows you all the serious misconduct reporting. We've talked about this. It's still on average every quarter. We're taking in about 2,500 reports per quarter. As you can see, since really Q1 of 2024, we've gone past our retro reporting and now are taking in cases that are current with agencies. I think the one important piece to take from this graph is that the gold lettering, as you can see, are cases where the report is open. And it's telling it basically, when an agency does their reporting to Post, it's going to take quite some time for them to complete the IA investigation. So I think what this graph, a takeaway is that just because an agency sends us a report does not necessarily mean it's complete. So that's why sometimes there appears to be some lag in time. By the time Post gets the investigation, we have to complete our investigation. There is some lag to that because we're not getting complete investigation at the time.
Afternoon, my name is Sarah Wallace. I'm the Bureau Chief for Intake and Disposition Bureau. I'm going to present a couple of slides relating to our public complaint reports that we've received. Since our beginning in January of 2023, we've received nearly 2,900 public complaints. Of the 2,900, it's really 2,500 unique public complaints. The additional 400 have been duplicate complaints received for an officer, same incident. This is against approximately over 1,700 officers from a pool of approximately 1,200 complainants. And this shows a trend of how many complaints are received on a quarterly basis. The next slide will show you our closure trends. Approximately 39% of our complaints have been closed. 35% are going under post review, and 26% require additional agency documentation. Since July, we've received about an additional 600 public complaints. Those are currently pending review in my bureau, awaiting agency response and being triaged. About 1,300 complaints rest with the professional conduct bureaus, where we have had some allegation of serious misconduct, and those are being reviewed by law enforcement consultants and closed or moved along as appropriate.
Okay, the division has received over 36,000 report updates. So this is in addition to our 2,500 per quarter. So as you can see that we are getting a lot of agency supplements on top of your AMRs. When we get a report from an agency and from the time that Post receives that final IA, on average, based on the graph to the right there, is about 8 months. So your average is about 8 months. It could be less, it could be more, but basically that's the average. With all our cases, we have about over 46,000 serious misconduct allegations. Those top three that you see, excessive use of force, demonstrating bias, and abuse of power, have remained the top three since we've started SB2. As we'll talk later on, the allegations will differ when it comes to Post actions, though. So these next two slides are going to show really all of the 9 allegations and kind of where they lie as far as what type of cases we're getting. So as you can see, that blue line is going to cover all of our priority 3 cases. Those are cases, again, as a reminder, the agency has done an IA and it's not sustained, exonerated, or unfounded. It's the majority of all of our cases that we are receiving at this point. But the 2 slides will give you a breakdown of each allegation and what types of priority cases we're receiving on each one. %of our ITS public complaints and priority cases are closed. That leaves obviously some of those, as you can see, the graph on the right tells you how many open cases and how many inactive cases. Inactive will indicate that it's open with the agency. We're waiting for the agency to complete their investigation so that we can then review the case. I just want to make a point that just based on what appears that shows open cases, it looks like there's a high number. A lot of those cases are our P3 cases. Our staff will assign themselves those P3 cases as they go. It's a very quick process. So although it looks like it's a high number, it actually moves very quickly through our process. Our closures, as you can see, has really spiked back in Q1 of, let's say 2025. You can see as it starts to level out, we are getting through all of our cases, particularly our P3 cases. So I hate to say that we're almost caught up, but we are almost caught up. Obviously cases that are coming in on a regular basis are things we have to address, but really our backlog is almost complete. This graph just gives you an idea that, as you all know, we have a 3-year statutory timeframe for us for Post to be able to review a case and have some sort of disposition. And on average, it's taking us about 4 months to get through cases. So I don't think a 3-year timeframe is any issue with us at this moment. Only 3% of our cases result in any type of disciplinary action. So as you can see, 97% of their closures have a closure code of no further action. Our next slide is going to show you really what no further action means. It basically is either it's not serious misconduct, it's not actionable, or it's not clear and convincing. So not serious misconduct basically means that we could not, the allegation or the complaint did not fit the definition of any one of the 9 allegations that we have. 19% of non-actionable, again, is most of those were circumstances where it was a retro case and we couldn't take action based on the date. So if we were to break down our clearance codes, not serious misconduct, not actionable, and not clear and convincing, this graph just shows you how those lay out with the priority of the cases. So as you can see, not serious misconduct, the majority are our P3 cases, and then non-actionable were our priority 4s. The majority of our priority 1s and 2 cases, it's really going to be whether we can get to clear and convincing and move that case forward. And in those instances where you can see a 509, we were not able to get to that threshold.
Quick review of the closure trends for our public complaints. 85% of our closed cases from public complaint process were closed as not meeting the definition of serious misconduct. Another 6% that we've received are classified as non-jurisdictional, meaning they did not relate to allegations of misconduct for a peace officer that was per the penal code section. 5% were closed as non-actionable. 3% did not meet serious misconduct, or did meet serious misconduct, but they did not meet the clear and convincing evidentiary standard. And 1% did result in certification action. In those cases, most of those cases had already been reviewed by or received from the agency, and we received a subsequent public complaint, but we were already working on the serious misconduct allegations.
So thus far, Post has taken 685 disciplinary actions on officers. We have over 83,000 in the state, so that equates to 0.8%. If you were to compare those against other California licensing agencies, we are above that average. As you can see, we were able to compare them with 3 different California licensing agencies. Unfortunately, we attempted to compare this with other law enforcement agencies or other law enforcement licensing type agencies, and we were not able to have enough to compare us against like a federal agency or another state agency. So that's kind of the comparison. So we are above average of those that are listed there on the slide. We talk about the top allegations resulting in any actions by Post. As you can see, the top 3 are acts that violate, dishonesty, and sexual assault. 3 completely different than what we had talked about earlier, where the majority of the 3 that we're getting are completely different from the agencies. So these are action where we actually took action. Those are the top 3. We'll talk about our immediate temporary suspensions. Most of those are coming from either an arrest and an indictment of Government Code 1029. And as you can see, based on the graph, the discharge by the agency and or separated are quite much lower. So we have a high percentage that where there is a revocation, it's based on an ITS or a government code violation. When we do send out our notice of intent to revoke letters, as you can see from here, over half are resulting in a default revocation. And as you know, a default occurs when an officer does not respond to the letter within that 30-day period. So that's just the breakdown of our defaults and our notice of intent letters. Almost half of the cases receiving notice of intent to revoke letters involve Post capturing additional causes and or amending the agency's original allegations. A lot of that can stem from acts that violate where the DA does not file or we can't get to the clear and convincing, but that's just mainly to advise that allegations can be added once Post gets the case. And then our last slide for our stats just shows the comparison between our board and our commission when they've heard cases and where there's been some differing decisions made on the cases that we've heard thus far. Or if we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, questions or comments from the committee? So I have.
Brent Stocker, CPTMA. I've got a couple questions. I'm going to try not to make it a compound question. When you get a complaint from an agency, and let's say that it's been handled through their internal affairs, do you get that entire report?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is, how many, like those serious misconduct that you can sustain, are you finding that the agencies are conducting the investigation properly, or are you having some issues with that?
I will say that it will vary. Obviously, agency from agency, there's going to be a different investigation. So it's hard to answer that question. Having said that, We are in the process of doing an IA guidelines that will be pushed out to the field. Those will be recommendations for agencies to conduct internal affairs investigations and what maybe Post would recommend on that. So to answer your question, there isn't a definitive. Some have more extensive experience doing investigations, some don't.
Yeah, I fully recognize that's definitely a problem. Okay, so if let's just say that you find that maybe the internal affairs investigation was not sufficient, do you ask the department to redo it, and are they pretty cooperative with you?
I don't necessarily think we would ask them to redo it. We may ask them to re-interview, or we may ask for additional information. And if they're unable to do that, then that would be a situation where Post could potentially do it ourselves.
Last question. On the public complaints that we're getting, do you find that most of the public complaints, let's just say we get a public complaint and it's serious, and do you find that most of the agencies have already opened an investigation on those public complaints?
I cannot speak definitively. We are currently in the process of creating an additional statistical profile report to be able to extract that specific data, so I can give a more definitive answer hopefully in 2026. Theoretically, I would say for the majority of the complaints that I've seen, the agency has already provided a report to Post, and the public complaint is a follow-up, or it's a complaint a report that's been received from the agency that has already been closed because it was not sustained, and then we receive a subsequent public complaint.
Okay, so let's just say that you get a public complaint and the department has not handled it. How would Post handle it then? Would they handle it themselves, or would they make a
No.
recommendation to the department to handle it?
So we will intake that public complaint, and if it's a complaint relating to a chief or a sheriff or a Mark 43 reporter, we will work with the bureau chiefs that are in our professional conduct bureau to see if that's something we want to handle internally or if they want it referred to the agency. In all other cases, the complaints are referred directly to the agencies. The agency reporters are then required to respond within 10 days to acknowledge the allegation. In several cases, they've already completed an IA, and they've then submit a report back to us with all of the relevant information. It's then triaged per our prioritization and then forwarded on to our professional conduct bureau if there are allegations of serious misconduct.
Lastly, I just want to thank you guys. I know this is an enormous amount of work, so I appreciate the work that you're putting into it. I know it's not easy. So anyhow, thank you for answering those questions.
Additional questions or comments from the committee? I had one, I have a question on slide 23. It shows that it's the closure trends among priority case types, and it shows 92% of closures for failure to meet serious misconduct were P3 cases. So it's like 18,718. And then on slide 26, it shows the top allegations that resulted in action. So the top allegations resulting in action were acts that violate the law, dishonesty, and sexual assault. On slide 23, do we have a sense of those 92% that failed to meet serious misconduct? Is there a theme among which categories were being reported in that?
Are you talking about the agency finding as far as unfounded and exonerated, or am I?
I think it would be, so these were cases that were reported to you by agencies, but Post determined 92% of those failed to meet serious misconduct. There were P3 cases.
I think what Chair Salazar is asking, if I'm correct, is that what was the nature of those P3 cases when they were submitted? Were they dishonesty allegations, acts that violate the law, sexual assault, or were they the gamut and just not sustained, exonerated, unfounded cases in terms of agency finding that resulted in the closure?
I think it's the wide gamut, but we could easily drill down that information and get it to you.
I'm curious if there's a theme in the types of cases that are being reported in that number. Because you've heard me say a number of times, I think there are issues with some of the definitions, and so you get cases that are being reported. I'm just curious if that's reflected in those numbers.
So I think it's fair to say, just from an anecdotal perspective, without giving you complete stats, because I wouldn't be able to draw those from memory, but the allegations that come in that result with agency findings, that result with policy violations tend to center around use of force, and things like conduct unbecoming. Those types of where they would say it was a sustained finding, which would not fall into the P3 category, but is a finding of a policy violation that wouldn't necessarily amount to serious misconduct. Oftentimes what we see are agency findings that really speak to the individual's agency's delineation of policy. And we go through and do a very thorough investigation about which of the 9 does this conduct fall within. And that's where you see the difference in kind of, it may say something on the agency side, and then we will ultimately resolve the case in a, let's say, an abuse of power type of circumstance. So they are not aligned. We have recently developed a report, which I think will be terrific when we have data that we can extract from that, which every single allegation that comes into post will have a disposition. So you'll balance your front end reporting with the back end reporting as to whether or not it resulted in any disciplinary action, certification action, et cetera. And we can still really start looking at by allegation, what was the course that took? Because the agency can also report complaints, charges, allegations that may be a whole host of things on the complaint side. And then when they do their investigation, they may resolve things by allegation that don't amount to any agency discipline either. So we've talked about this before. It's kind of disproportionate right now. You've got a lot of input on the front end. We don't have a lot of output to balance that input with. And that's vitally important to tell the whole story. And so we will be able to do that now that we've developed what we call a disposition report. Or I call it that. Is probably a better name for it, but is that what it's called? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what my question is, if we've been doing this long enough to have the data to
Yeah.
kind of hone in on what the exact issue is and how to, I don't know, maybe make it clearer for agencies and for posts, so cut down that caseload. Okay, any additional questions or comments? Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item 2N, report on legislative update, and we call upon legislative liaison Megan Paulus from the Office of Public Affairs in the exec office, who will provide a report.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. So the legislature concluded their session in September, and the governor signed or vetoed bills by the deadline in mid-October. This is the first year of a 2-year session. So a lot of bills that either didn't get signed, that were held, or were vetoed. Just keep in mind, we'll probably see them again this next session that starts in January. I only have a few bills of significance to post to discuss with you today. So the first one is Assembly Bill 354 by Rodriguez. This was the bill that allows Post to access CLETS-derived information for the purposes of criminal history information, criminal offender record information, criminal justice information, and other information as prescribed for the purposes of carrying out our duties. That bill was signed and became effective immediately back in the summer. Assembly Bill 400 by Assemblymember Pacheco. This was the bill that was related to police canines. If you were watching this, which I'm sure you all were, it changed significantly right at the end of session, and ultimately it was vetoed. I fully expect this topic to continue to come up. Assembly Bill 992 by Assemblymember Irwin. This bill, as we all watched very patiently, expands the opportunities for peace officers to meet education requirements as were previously outlined in my favorite bill, Assembly Bill 89. It does fix the error of the and versus or, and it extends the timeline for achieving education requirements to January 1 of 2031. I just want to make it very clear that anyone who is a current peace officer prior to 2031 is grandfathered into this and will not have to go and get any sort of degree. It's just those who are in the academy or become a peace officer after that date. The bill does contain specifics as to how those with out-of-state or military experience have the opportunity to waive education requirements. So again, if you haven't read it already, please take a look at those specifics. That bill was signed and it becomes effective January 1 of 2031. We've gotten a lot of questions about how some of this is going to be implemented. I would just like to reiterate that the bill becomes effective in 2031. So I think we have some time to work out some of those.
Wait, what was the date again?
Yeah, I think we have some time to work out some of those quirks and how that some of the questions that have come up are going to be implemented. The next bill, Senate Bill 385 by Senator Sayarto. This bill was brief, but equally as important as it repeals the requirement that Post adopt the recommendations that were in the Community College Chancellor's Office report as required by AB 89. So that bill was signed and became effective immediately. Earlier conversation was around some of the artificial intelligence legislation. The one I wanted to talk about, which I know you're all probably aware of, was Senate Bill 524. This was the bill that requires a policy to be developed for the report writing portion when artificial intelligence is used. If you haven't heard of this bill, please take a look at it. It does require a policy to be in place, and there is no delay of implementation, so that policy will have to be in place by January 1 of 2026. It's pretty specific. I mean, this is my personal opinion. It's probably going to be pretty simple to spell out what that policy should include. And it does have a piece on that for utilizing a third-party vendor to use the AI. So with that, I'm always happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments on this legislative item? Seeing none. Oh,
Yeah,
Mr. Cordova.
sorry, I couldn't pass up the opportunity. In regards to AB 992, it was to really codify AB 89, right? On that regard. So we're going to continue to work with Post as the Community College Chancellor's Office of working with the implementation aspect of everything and supporting it. But I want to go back and just reiterate. You mentioned that it doesn't require like the degree aspect of it, but I just always want to continue to encourage the higher education attainment aspect of it. So as we start to talk about the leveraging of the credit for prior learning, I mentioned this earlier, there's opportunities for us to leverage the skills and the knowledge that our police officers or our peace officers obtain through their education journey, but also award them the credit sets applicable to degree attainment, whether it's associate degree or even baccalaureate degree, because there is baccalaureate degree opportunities out there as well. So just my comment.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Megan. All right, we'll now move on to the Basic Training Bureau presentations. Item 3A, a report on amendment to Commission Regulation 1005. Timeline adjustment to basic course waiver step 3, and we'll call on law enforcement consultant Mike Marshall from the Professional Conduct Southern Bureau to provide a report on this item.
Good afternoon, Advisory Committee. On October 1st, 2023, Post adopted a second attempt at the requalification course test out option for the basic course waiver process. However, the proposed change overlooked the regulatory time limits set for each step in the process and created a conflict. In June 2025, staff proposed changes to the waiver program, which Commission approved, except for the removal of the second attempt to allow staff to work on a resolution without removing the allowance. Today, I'm presenting the solution to the conflict in time limits. Currently, step 3 of the waiver process outlined in Commission Regulation 1005 allows an applicant who fails the requalification course or test out option to take the course again within 12 months of the date of failure. The 12-month allowance conflicts with the 6 months they have in regulation to complete step 3 of the process. The proposed changes clean up the discrepancy while still allowing the ability to repeat step 3 of the basic course waiver process and clarifies time limits. The proposed changes will accomplish the following. Removes the conflicting 12 additional months an applicant was given to repeat step 3. Establishes a 30-day window for an applicant to request to repeat step 3 after a failure. Creates a process for posts to notify applicants in writing if they are approved to repeat step 3. Implements a new 180-day time limit to repeat step 3, which is consistent with other steps of the basic course waiver process. Thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions or comments from Mr. Marshall? Seeing none, thank you. That report. All right, next up is item 3B, report on amendment to Commission Regulation 1004, Reserve Field Training Officer. And we'll call on Law Enforcement Consultant Stephen Crawford from the Basic Training Bureau to provide a report.
Thank you, Chair. Committee. My name is Stephen Crawford. I work in the Basic Training Bureau. It has recently come to our attention that the Commission Regulation 1004, which outlines the minimum requirements for appointment as a field training officer, has presented challenges for 2 agencies within the state. In summary, the Santa Clara Sheriff's Office and the Stockton Police Department both appoint level 1 reserve peace officers that are full-time employees of private universities. These unique employment circumstances have created compliance difficulties. So basically what's happening is this is very unique in the sense that you have a sheriff's department and you have a municipal police department that have level 1 reserves, but they are full-time employed by private universities. The conundrum we were having is at the University of Pacific, the chief and at Stanford University, the chief there both expressed their concern about they were not available to get the training that were needed and the training that was required under 1004 for their FTOs. So the dilemma was, what do we do? We looked at, there's 2 options. There's 2 affecting regulations. 1004, which requires the FTOs to have a basic certificate, and also Regulation 1202, which requires they be full-time employees. Well, that's probably not going to be an option, and that wasn't available on the table. So we went with option A, is to create an amendment to Regulation 1004A, which would allow employees that are level 1 reserves attached to affiliated agencies could become FTOs at the agencies if they met a certain criteria that we're going to present for you today. So we're trying to solve the conundrum, provide training for those that need it, but it's also limited availability as far as who's impacted. The language that we came up with was number 1, exemption from both post basic certificate requirements. An individual may receive an exemption from the basic certificate requirement by the executive director under the following circumstances. A, the individual is employed as a full-time peace officer by a private university under an agreement with a post-participating department. B, the individual is appointed as a full-time level 1 reserve by the post-participating agency. C, the individual does not possess a post certificate, but otherwise has sufficient qualifications to serve as a field training officer as specified in subdivisions A, little a 4, a large B through E. D, the post-participating department head shall submit an exemption request letter that includes the individual's name, post ID, and an attestation that will be supervised by the field training supervisor administrative coordinator at the appointing department, and 4, a description of the intended duty assignments. Number E, any exemption granted by the executive director is specific to the private university indicated in this request and is for the field training officer assignment described in the above request. I can answer any questions anyone may have.
Questions or comments from the committee?
I have one.
Mr.
Capital
Gambo.
Private Presenter. So it sounds like there's either a very specific or targeted agency that's requesting this.
Yes.
And it doesn't impact a lot of people in the state.
No, it doesn't. And right now, as it's being written, we're writing it for the 2 agencies. It would be Stockton Police Department and Santa Clara Sheriff's Department. For those, they have the universities that have MOUs agreement with. And so approximately, this is affecting about 35 people total. But it is something that's never come up and we've never had to address it because It just never came up. But when it did come up, it's like we didn't have a workaround with certificates, but on the 1004 on the FTO side, we do have some flexibility there.
Just a comment, I worked at Santa Clara PD, and so Santa Clara Sheriff's was, I guess in charge of, or the governing agency for Stanford. From what I understand, we've never had an issue, so it sounds like that program works real well. And I'm glad that you guys came up with that type of exemption for University of Pacific.
Question, sorry, good.
Somebody, oh, go ahead.
Does this impact, so does this give the officers who are in the FTO program, not the FTOs, the ability to gain a basic post certificate for lateral purposes?
For lateral purposes, no, it would be for their specific role at that department. So, and here's the thing, not to get too, down in the weeds, but Santa Clara, which is probably the best example, they have approximately 22 level 1 reserves. About a quarter or half them they're from municipal agencies within the area or sheriff's departments. So you look at them on the face value, they would qualify to a certain degree. It's just by them having the reserve component, their identifier, they never were able to get their basic certificate. So a lot of people that we were talking about with the tribal police earlier, there's a lot of people in these agencies that have a lot of experience. We just can't codify it and select it and say that it qualifies. But by doing this, it'll give them the ability to train their own people. And I should mention that the memorandum of understanding, like again, the sheriff's department, they have a liaison, like from the sheriff's department, who's with the Stanford PD. So there's a captain assigned there. And so it creates a good, fundamental source of communication, and it seems to be working out well. I think this is just something that never really came up, and due to the fact that it only impacts 2 departments, it just didn't become an issue until it became an issue. And then we tried to address it the best we could.
I guess my question has more to do with the office at the officer level, a level 1 reserve. So we have had a number of people come through my program that are sponsored by University of the Pacific. And so because they are hired as level 1 reserves and then they go into FTO, they are never eligible to get a basic post certificate. Is that still correct? I just want to make sure I'm advising people properly.
So in that particular example, this exemption that we're writing, for those people, if they become level 1 reserve for Stockton PD, they will have a workaround to become not to get their basic, but to have a basic workaround to become an FTO and get that training.
So I've had people come to me saying they want to lateral to another agency. They would have to go entry level then still. Okay, thank you.
Question, I understand it was only 2 agencies that caught this, right? Have we looked at other agencies that might affect? I'm just thinking, because the language says private university, I'm just thinking, is there a park district or a public university or a school district that might come down the road?
So we did in the research, and the reason we chose the language private university is because that's what's codified in the education code. There is one other somewhat of a semblance in the University of Southern California. However, they're not really attached to anyone. They've attempted to become an agency a few years ago and were ultimately denied. And so they work as 832 officers, but they kind of work on the same parallel. But there is no one else, to my knowledge, in the state or other agencies that have this type of understanding of agreement. But I do know, since I started working on this, I've been contacted by 2 other people who said they're kind of interested in this because of the exemption being allowed. So we'll see where it goes. But right now, there's just 2 in the state, sir.
A question for you. So if I'm understanding this correctly, we're looking at FTOs that are not full-time officers.
Okay, so they're level 1 officers at post-participating agencies, but because they're titled level 1, Mr. Stalker, they can never get they won't qualify as a full-time. So when they apply for their certificate, they always get denied. And that's under 1202. And then what happens under regulation 1004, they cannot become an FTO because they don't have a basic. So it's kind of a conundrum. So what we're doing is, in essence, just we're filling a need basically. So there's a training need that we can meet without reducing any of our high standards All we're doing is saying, if you work for these post-participating agencies, we will work with you if you show us on an individual basis that someone would qualify otherwise.
Okay, so if they're, again, if they're going through the program, I mean, I guess they would still be going through like a full-time FTO program.
So in theory, and again, this is all way before my time. When this was created, in my research through Santa Clara, there was a time when the Sheriff's Department actually provided training for the officers at Stanford. What's happened, as most of you know, due to limitations, staff and training and so forth, their bodies get pulled back and they don't have the ability to go and take care of them. So what happens to Stanford DPS is they're left unattended. Now they have a liaison there and everyone's aware that there's some training that's not being met. But when they look at regulation, they're like, well, we can't have some of the people here train them because they don't meet regulation 1004 and they can't get a basic because they're not full-time officers. So what we're trying to do is, like I said, close the gap on 1004. At Santa Clara, they have a handful of people that came from the Sheriff's Department that just never went through the training. But otherwise they would meet all the training requirements. So we're not giving anybody a free pass. We're just making an exemption to make it easier for them to be within compliance.
Makes sense. Last question. Are there going to be any different regulations for the FTO supervisor in these agencies?
No, so we looked at it as well in the research. We wanted to keep that. We didn't want to manipulate too much of the language because it gets too loose and it goes unregulated. So the field training supervisor, the supervisor standards are still met by the Sheriff's Department and the Stockton Police Department because they are the primary post-participating agency.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Thank you for that report. And I think that was a good job and appreciate the work and the effort on that. Okay, our next item is item 5A, proposal to revise Reg 1953 to include transferability of peace officer background investigation files between agencies. Call upon Staff Services Manager Kelly Sarwowski, Strategic Communications and Research Bureau to provide a report on this item.
Good afternoon, Sheriff Salazar, advisory members. This item is being presented for consideration and voting by the commission. The proposal of transferability of peace officer background investigation files between agencies was initially presented for discussion at the post-commission meeting in November 2024 at the request of Cal Chiefs. At the June 2025 Advisory Committee and Commission meetings, an update was provided and post staff received directions to propose a revision to Regulation 1953 Peace Officer Background Investigation. Based on conversations and suggestions from Cal Chiefs, the Post Advisory Committee, the Commission, and Post, the following parameters for the transferability of peace officer background investigation files were identified and are proposed for regulation. The transfer of a complete background investigation file will be at the discretion of both employing agencies. Only a complete background investigation conducted within the past 12 months would be eligible for transfer. The complete background investigation is only available for transfer one time. A background investigation update is required from when the background investigation was initially completed. The appointment date on the attestation of peace officer eligibility post 2-356, signed by the hiring authority or its designee, is no later than 12 months from the date of the signature of the hiring authority designee on the verification of qualification for peace officer appointment post 2-355 form in the initial background investigation file. The complete background investigation records, including initial and updated background investigation, becomes the responsibility of the agency to which it is transferred. However, the initial investigating agency shall maintain a copy. In addition to considering the transferability issue, staff is requesting further changes to Regulation 1953, including consistency with recently passed legislation and the removal of unnecessary and confusing language. As for the legislative issue, on October 1st, 2025, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 992, amending Government Code 1031E, Peace Officer Education Requirements. Specifically, the legislation allows for the acceptance of equivalency evaluations of foreign degrees by specified credential evaluation services. For consistency with AB 992, staff is modifying subsection E5A of Regulation 1953, Peace Officer Education Verification, which references Government Code 1031E to include the approved language. This law change goes into effect on January 1st, 2026. The final proposed change is removing language from subsection F1A1 of Regulation 1953, which contains repetitive and confusing verbiage. Additional language in the same subsection already states that updates can be conducted on individuals returning to the same agency. This does not remove or change the current exception outlined in Regulation 1950 C1C. That's all I have. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the committee? I'd say on behalf of Cal Chiefs, thank you. This was an item that was brought forward. And I love the idea of legislation that removes unnecessary and redundant language. Thank you. Alrighty, our next item is from the Training Program Services Bureau, item 6A, report on proposed changes to commission regs regarding instructor conduct. Call upon law enforcement consultant Andrew Mendonca from the Training Program Services Bureau to provide this report.
Good afternoon, thank you. Mendonca, M-E-N-D-O-N-S-A. In November 2024, the commission directed staff to evaluate regulatory options for addressing both course complaints and poor instructor conduct or performance. Since then, we've held regular stakeholder meetings with internal divisions and legal counsel to shape a framework for the proposed regulations. As we develop this language, we've tried to keep two overarching goals in mind. The first, we have a responsibility to students in post-certified courses to ensure that the classroom environment is free from distraction and promotes a positive atmosphere conducive to learning. And two, when it comes to the course certification process, our regulated body is the presenter themselves and the focus of this regulation. By issuing a certification to their course, we're entrusting them to create a learning environment that reflects positively on post and reflects our expectations for professionalism. The proposed regulations are before you for review. There is one note we found while we were preparing the regulatory package that there's an error in Regulation 1053. It refers to the Quality Assurance Program when in fact it's the Quality Assessment Program. So as part of this package, our intention is to correct that. Moving forward, the next steps will be finalizing the regulatory language, proceeding with the rulemaking process, establishing a target implementation date, a communication plan for instructors and presenters, and exploring the adoption of student conduct guidelines to address inappropriate or disruptive student behavior. So this is really focused on instructors, but recently we've had some discussions about whether or not we need to have some guidelines for students as well. So happy to answer any questions about the proposed regulations.
Questions or comments from the committee?
I have one.
Yeah.
Brent Stalker, CPTMA. So let's just say you get a complaint on an instructor. And would you request at that point for a QAP of that class?
Depends on the nature of the complaint. So if it was amenable to a QAP evaluation, so let's say the complaint alleged just ineffective teaching, something like that. Yes, we could certainly ask for a QAP. One of the things we're hoping to do with this regulation is to codify the QAP process a little bit more. So part of what we do is we require the presenter and the instructors to cooperate into any QAP, which we haven't had to date. And then we codify the back end too, which requires the presenter to actually implement, any recommended changes that we have. So it really depends on the nature of the allegation. We have had, student complaints. Student complaints don't generally revolve around sort of instructional quality. I mean, we do find those as a result of QAP evaluations, but most of the time, the complaints that we get are more about conduct and sort of misconduct.
if conduct or misconduct, I would just, and I'm just making a statement on this. It just seems like the QAP would be a great tool for that. Based on the fact that, you're going to be looking at the instructor, during the QAP program.
Yeah, sometimes it is. And
Yeah.
so like I said, it really depends on the nature of the complaint. But I'll give you an example is, like any good policy, the proposed behavior guidelines are born from our experience with some of the, complaints that we've had about courses. Sometimes the complaints are extracurricular, right? Something that happened, in the bar after the after the classroom, not really amenable to a QAP.
Sure.
Sometimes it's inappropriate behavior, inappropriate language, absolutely amenable to a QAP. And we tried to leave some flexibility, right? So this isn't a bright line, either your course is, certified or it's not certified. We want to have some flexibility because we recognize that, some issue with an instructor may have some remedy. Let's say it's a QAP program. Let's say they just need some help with, some instructional development to make them more effective. That might be a circumstance where, pursuant to this regulation, we could require them to go through some additional training in order to maintain their certification. So yeah, I don't want to be dismissive of
Yeah.
QAP. It absolutely could be, but I can foresee and quite honestly, the genesis for a lot of this regulation is born from complaints that aren't really amenable to the QAP process. One of the challenges we have with QAP often from my experience is that it's often looking at sort of the instructional design and the classroom pieces. Sometimes it doesn't go super deep into the actual content because our QAP evaluators aren't necessarily subject matter experts, whatever the content is. So maybe it certainly could be, but not the only circumstance where, we might leverage the new regulation.
Thank you.
Mr. Cordova. Thank you. Anthony Cordova, California Community College Chancellor's Office. In reviewing it, there's a little bit of unclarity in regards to the FERPA equivalency aspect of everything. Can you tell me how the personnel record is going to be able to maintain the confidentiality and or the data sharing protocols? And then how is the sensitive disciplinary data protected for both officers and the professors teaching?
So I think we're going to have to look at a lot of those on a case-by-case basis because some of the nature of the misconduct complaint, those are going to be public information anyway, right? So I think it's really going to depend on the nature of the complaint. Again, if it's a QAP process where, we're looking at, an issue around performance in the classroom, then, we'll have to deal with those just sort of as they come up.
And then so follow up on that.
Yeah.
So a lot of that goes back into some of the bargaining.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
The faculty have the bargaining rights
Right.
Aspect of it. So has that been taken into consideration? And then who's going to be the accountable holder of the content?
Yeah, so we did consider that. One of the conversations that we had initially when we were looking at this was what's the appropriate lever to pull, right? And we really want to avoid having a direct relationship with the instructor themselves. So this regulation is really centered around the presenter. So it's the presenter's responsibility to have the relationship with the instructor because we often don't have a relationship directly with the instructor, right? We don't have a way to contact them. We don't have a way to manage them. We really don't want to have a parallel process, essentially the decertification process where we now are certifying every instructor in every course. And so this is really focused on having us have the relationship with the presenter has the relationship with the instructor, and it's really incumbent upon the presenter and their relationship with the instructor to sort of navigate through what that looks like. It's roughly akin to in our decertification process, we used to get questions a lot about, well, what if you decertify that officer? We're not making employment decisions, right? So if you have an instructor who works for the college and who's teaching for you, we're not making a decision about whether or not that instructor can continue to be employed by the college. What we're making a decision about is whether or not we allow that instructor to teach in a post-certified course. And there's no requirement that they teach in a post-certified course. So that's, when I talk about our focus really being on the presenter, that's by design.
That's a sticky road.
It absolutely is. And this came up initially. I mean, we've been talking about this over the last year. And, one of the questions was, do we have sort of a code of conduct with colleges? I couldn't even find like a standard code of conduct across all colleges about what their instructors were.
You're going to get 72 different codes.
Yeah, I think that's right. And so again, we tried to create, a set of guidelines. One, we're very cognizant of due process, right? And so one of my concerns initially that sort of drove looking at this as a project was that we had no code of conduct for any of our instructors. And so nobody was on notice about what kind of, conduct was sort of inappropriate. I mean, I think generally we'll kind of agree on what kind of conduct's inappropriate, but part of the goal behind this was to actually spell out for instructors, okay, what are our expectations for you? And then what is your opportunity to actually, be heard in the event that we make a finding? Because prior to this, and actually the way it lives right now, it was all very informal. So we would get a report of a complaint. We might direct the presenter, hey, we don't want you using that person anymore. And the instructor may or may not know why they're no longer being used. And so this just sets out a little bit more of a framework that they can rely on.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Andrew, for that report.
Thank you.
Let me check in with our court reporter real quick before we proceed. We have one more presentation item to go, and then we've got advisory committee member reports, commissioner comments, and then the election for chair and vice. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. So it's what, 2:11, about come back at about 2:22 or somewhere there. All right, can we get everyone to work back to their seats and we'll get started?
I don't know, but it was.
Okay, we are back in session. We'll start with our next report and our final report under Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, item 7A, report on proposed adoption of Commission Regulation 1216 disciplinary guidelines. This time I call upon Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler from the Certification Bureau to provide a report on this item.
Good afternoon. So I am hoping that this is the last time that this needs to be presented to you and the commission for any feedback before it is finally adopted. During the rulemaking process and the review with the Office of Administrative Law, they just found some points of clarity that they wanted us to add. So we made a couple of quick revisions. You will see on the screen there. They wanted more clarification on where the factors to be considered can be found, the mitigating and aggravating factors. So we added a reference to Commission Regulation 1213, which is the factors for consideration, to the proposed text of Commission Regulation 1216 for our disciplinary guidelines. And then within the body of the disciplinary guidelines, both on page 2, paragraph 1, and page 4, paragraph 2, we also added a reference to Commission Regulation 1213 as where to find mitigating and aggravating circumstances. And then there were also some questions of clarity as to the requirement to submit quarterly reports should an officer be offered a stipulated settlement or some terms and conditions to maintain their certification. So under term number 6, submitting quarterly reports, they wanted clarification on where the instructions would be found on when and how to submit these reports to the commission. And so we added that language as well. And then they wanted clarification because it's not on here, but we had in the original proposed text for the disciplinary guidelines, quarterly dates to break down each quarter of the month. And they had questions about, well, when are these expected to be due and why do you not have due dates? It is a topic that the commission had previously discussed. So we stipulated that the exact due dates would be included in the stipulated settlement or the final order from the commission. We didn't want to set specific deadlines because if a peace officer entered into this agreement or received their final orders towards the end of the quarter, say 2 weeks, March 15th, and we said, oh, well, your report is due on April 10th. That doesn't give them a lot of time to initiate the process of fulfilling the terms for that quarter. So we wanted that flexibility to give them maybe 30 days, in which case maybe April 30th would be their last day. So we wanted that flexibility. And so that is what we're bringing back to the commission to hopefully approve. And then we can move forward with the rulemaking process. This did already go out for public comment and no public comments were received.
Okay, thank you for that report. Any questions or comments for this item? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, so that concludes the presentations for today's items. Are there any other questions or comments before we move on to the additional items on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the advisory committee member reports. So this is the time for advisory committee members to report on any items from their respective organizations that they represent here on the committee. And so I will start here to my left with Mr. Stalker.
Yes, Brent Stalker, representing CPTMA. Got a couple talking points here, and I've actually just through this meeting today have learned a little bit about this topic. But one thing that we're really talking about in CPTMA is the use of AI and how that varies from department to department, what the officers are utilizing, what the rules are, are they using them on criminal cases? Are they using them with body-worn camera? I mean, a whole array of things that I think a lot of us probably have questions on. So again, one of the things that we're looking at is to bring in some training for AI and, you know, maybe not so much training, but also expertise on what we can do and what we can't do, because it's blowing up. It's really becoming popular. And we want to make sure that, one, we understand and, you know, what's happening with it, the limitations on it, what we can do and what we can't do. I mean, all this stuff. And again, I learned a little bit about that today. So again, that's something that we're really looking at. And, you know, just offhand, we're looking at maybe doing like an 8-hour workshop on AI, just to, again, bring in some experts to learn on it. And again, really educate us on what we can do and what we can't. And that seems to be a big topic at our meetings, as far as training, you know, ideas and things along those lines. So that's one of the things. The second thing that I really want to stress is our appreciation for post involvement in our meetings. You know, our representative, Jeff Dunn, he is at every single CPTMA meeting that we have. And that is huge for us, because there's a lot of things we can't answer. And he's coming down and he's putting on presentations. And I think our members, in fact, I know our members are getting a lot out of that. So I just, you know, myself and, you know, our executive officer, Fred Johnson, really wanted to stress and thank Post for just the ability to have that and for them to take the time. And so it's just been huge for us. And, you know, I'm hoping we still see that, because I know it's, you know, you guys are busy and it's difficult to get to the meetings, but man, we're lucky. We're lucky to have that. And we just wanted to put a thank you out. And so again, we appreciate the time that Post is putting in, and especially our field rep. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cordova.
Yes, thank you. I got a few things, and I'll piggyback off of what Member Stalker was saying. In regards to the AI aspect of it, you know, one of the core businesses with the California Community Colleges is education. And we've also had a high visibility of AI, you know, work around AI, and we're not afraid of it. We're actually embracing it. We know it's not going to go anywhere. We know it's going to continue to escalate. So we want to be at the forefront of the educational aspect of it. You know, one of the things that we've been talking about specifically is we prompt, but we verify 3 times, right? So there's ways to do that. And what I want to do is I want to propose the opportunity for us to partner with you to be that provider of educational opportunities. The aspect of it is we're understanding that there's what we call the not for credit, which is a lot of our credit continuing education or contract education opportunities. So we partner with our field, with our community-based organizations, our strategic partners, to be able to provide some of the content and the skills that they need at a very short turnaround time. But we're also looking at being able to articulate that aligns with credit. So we're focusing on the not for credit to non-credit to credit degree attainment, certificate or degree attainment work. And a lot of that is really focusing around the adult learners. As we know, there's 6.8 million students that have completed high school, but they have not gotten any additional industry recognized credentials and or certifications. So those are the targeted students that we really want to be able to provide an opportunity for in such a field, right? In a peace officer field, or in an area study that they so choose as well. So we're doing that, but we also want to make sure that we are leveraging the resources and the tools that we have at our reach, at our disposal, right? And that's the credit for prior learning. I've been saying that probably about 8 times today, but there's a big emphasis around that, because it's really it's mapping, whether it's the veteran or the industry individual that chose not to get a degree or go to school, go to college, because they had to put food on the table. But they've got a lot of learning experience that we could actually articulate to credit and give them an opportunity for their, what we call the social and economic mobility of getting their advanced into their positions. Other than that, just wanted to say thank you and appreciate the opportunity to continue to be part of the advisory.
Hi, Alicia Rosa from PORAC, also from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. First off, I want to say thank you to everyone who attended the funeral for our deputy, Andrew Nunez, or sent condolences. It really meant a lot to see so many people there from all around the state and the nation. So I just wanted to say that. On the PORAC end, we just got out of conference last week. So one of the things, the topics that is on our minds and really on our agenda for the next year, couple years coming up is obviously PEPRA reform, which I'm sure it hits everybody here in this room. The need for that reform it's almost an emergency as of right now, because I know most of our 3 at 50 classic employees are going to be retiring fairly soon. And I know we're all facing retirement and recruitment issues, and this will be on the forefront. Not only that, but I think all of us in this room know that it is nearly impossible to be a patrol officer or any kind of function when it comes to being a peace officer in the state of California at the age of 57. So we are working hard. PORAC is strategizing how we're going to try to get that accomplished. It's going to be a heavy lift. So any associations out there that would like to jump on board with that, we would love to have that. So that's one of the biggest things. Obviously, we're a little upset about 627, but we realize it's kind of an odd legislation that really, I don't think will affect us that much because of some caveats in there. So although it does seem like we were trending towards a lot more support for police, that kind of felt like a kick in the stomach. But I think we'll move past that. And I think with some of the changes, I think it'll become not even an issue. So, but still, it just seems like we were trending so good, like, oh, we're getting some support back. And now that didn't seem so promising. But other than that, like I said before, still having obviously recruitment issues, but it seems to have leveled off a little bit. And I think at least in our county, people are starting to realize that you have to pay your officers and your deputies a living wage if you want those officers to be invested in that community. They have to be able to live in that community. And so I think that is something that city managers and county supervisors are taking into account now. At least it seems like that for our contract. We just passed it and doing well with that. And a lot of the surrounding agencies that are in my region, Region 4 at PORAC, they are feeling the same sentiment as well. An additional job that I sit on the LDF, the PORAC LDF as a trustee, is obviously a nationwide fund. And it enables me the opportunity to talk to law enforcement officers all around the country. And obviously, we feel like we are in a worse situation, but I'll tell you right now, we are by far the highly trained officers in the nation. And many associations and departments look to us to see what we are doing. Recently just spoke with some folks from Colorado, and they have their version of SB2. And they are very scared of that. Just like our legislation, they put the cart before the horse. So now they're trying to play catch up. And so we've educated them a little bit as much as we can on that front. But it just makes me very proud to be a law enforcement officer in the state of California. And it's hard to say that because I know we have our challenges, but our training is above and beyond other places in the nation. So that is it for me.
Thank you. Chief Pons.
Thank you, Chair. So CHP, we are set to graduate 137 cadets on Friday. So yay. Yeah, we have 145 in the classes set to graduate in February, and then 143 cadets in the class that is set to graduate in April. And we have been very blessed with our recruitment efforts have been super fruitful. So we actually have really lessened our vacancies. And as a result, we'll go down to 4 classes starting in 2026. So we won't have 6 classes. So that is good news for my academy staff. Yeah.
Congrats. Mr. Pacheco.
From CPOA, our longtime director, Sean Rundle, has moved on to, someone asked me if he's okay. Yep, he got a good job. So he moved on. We have an interim by the name of Greg Wilson. He's not intended to be the director. He's going to help transition in the new director within the next 6 to 9 months. So the search is on. From him and our organization, we've been getting a lot. It's not new, but a lot of feedback from our member agencies on not just Zoom distance classes, but on-demand classes that are obviously post-certified. Just the money it costs people sending them out of town and being out of pocket for a week or two is getting, it seems like, increasingly difficult for us to recruit. So again, not probably something for the next 6 to 9 months, but for post, I would not be surprised if we're looking to get more of our courses certified in the on-demand type of status. But that's it from CPOA. Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you, Chair. On a personal note, my appointment to this advisory committee has been a highlight in my career, so I thank you for that. I have sincere gratitude for the team here at Post for their willingness to answer questions, explore ideas, and to take action to continually enhance the professionalism of California law enforcement in serving its communities. From the dispatcher work group, they're very excited to see the work that comes out of the newly reestablished Public Safety Dispatch Advisory Council. And I'm grateful that more dispatchers in the state of California will have a place for their voices to be heard. So thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to see what this committee will continue to accomplish.
I just want to say thank you again as a member. You've been great and your input's been awesome. So thank you for your participation.
Hi, Kenneth Thurman from PORAC. Again, we just returning from our conference. Again, a big topic, like you guys have mentioned, the AI. I think what the confusing part of it is we hear what AI is capable of, but what's its practical use of it and what it's going to evolve into. But you can turn on television or look on your phone and you see all these things it can do, and if the fear or the uncertainty of what AI is capable of, or the things you see, some of the product we see created by AI that's either submitted by way of complaints. We have people submitting consumer complaints that are like 27 pages long now because they run through some filter and there's got 72 different headers and footers and all these different hyperlinks to cases that don't even apply to what their complaint is. So we're seeing the effect of people who just think AI in of itself is a replacement for kind of, in a derogatory term, a common sense approach to just explaining what it is, what you're talking about. And I'm curious about some of the Pellet B, like I was asking you. Our agencies, most of the state agencies, mine in particular, our MQ, one of the main MQs is to have a 4-year degree. So I'm curious to see what I've never thought about the failure rate in our Pellet B. It's kind of an afterthought, but I'm curious to see how that's changed at all as well. I know that we have lots of applicants that fail in the academy. They tend to not be for the academic part of it, but I'm just curious to see what any changes that have occurred with the Pellet B. And then lastly, we talked about PEPR reform. And again, I'm a classic member as well. And it's kind of daunting to be working with people who can't retire for another 7 years after you're allowed to legally. And the legislation to convince people to leave their formula to come to an agency that won't provide it to them, even though they're a PERS agency, based on if they're coming from outside state service into state service. It's been very confusing. I remember people in the hiring process when PEPR was passed and they were, weeks away from swearing in. And when they swear, they find out they have a completely different pension formula than the one they had last month. And so it's daunting. I know that it won't be long. There'll be none of us classic members anymore. And I worry sometimes where the push is going to be from a group of people where there's no actual 3.0s at 50 left anymore. So concessions will be made. I'm sure at some point they'll have to do something. Highly unlikely we'll ever see what we got as classic members, but all the different things they're taking away at the state level, no more higher above minimum concessions to people coming into state service with outside experience are making it extremely difficult to hire. So I believe we will see some kind of concessions to PEPR, just a matter of when. And then last one of the other topics we've been talking about PORAC for years is trying to condense or deep class all these different penal code sections that apply to law enforcement in California. I'm guessing we probably have 5 times the penal code classifications in any state in America. And so when we look at at the state agencies, all the state agencies all go to the basic academy. We go to the academy, everybody graduates the day you get your badge pin on your chest, you go to a different agency and then you're defined what your authority is at that moment, even though it's all the same training, all the same hiring process. And then you go and then you transfer to another one and you're 830.1. Next year you lateral, then you're a different penal code status because you went to a different agency, even though nothing's changed but the patches you wear on your shoulders. One of them you get presumptions, some you don't. Really the prohibitive factor for the combination or combining the penal codes is really a lot of the benefits that would allow you to have heart and back presumptions, and 4800 time is really what's prohibiting the consolidation of the penal code. So we'll see what goes there, but it's very confusing in the process and it makes it difficult. It's just another hindrance to some of the specialized agencies for hiring and retaining their officers. Becomes like a feeding ground at graduation day. Everyone's going, hey, you know, you can come work for us and you don't lose anything. So anyways, thank you. And I appreciate your service on the board. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Gamboa, private presenters. I just want to start off by saying every time I come to this meeting, I learn something new and I'm inspired, encouraged to do something different when I return back to not only the department I work for, but also to the private presenters that I represent. It's been an interesting project for me trying to find out who exactly is a private presenter and what qualifies them to be a private presenter. But whatever Post has done to help me with that, it is working because I get emails from people all over the state with a ton of questions. And so thanks for everybody at Post for helping me with that. I just wanted to mention two things. Even as private presenters, we have the opportunity to go statewide. We have the opportunity to go nationwide. So from Florida to Texas to Minnesota, AI is a huge topic. It is kind of unknown in that what is AI really, what does it really represent? What does it mean? And every state has a different definition. Functionally, and I think Alicia was talking about that California are the best trained peace officers in the nation, if not the world. I get a chance to socialize AI concepts in some of my classes. And sometimes it's just a runaway train. And the reason is because you got the older generation folks in the class, you got the younger generation, and they're now collaborating. And it's a really interesting process. So with that said, some of the private presenter concerns are the new, perhaps it's just a rumor, training needs and assessments revision. I don't know if that is factual or not.
I can try to speak to it. I don't believe the form is different. I could be off. I don't see anybody in the audience. Carrie, do you know about the training needs assessment? I know it falls primarily on TDC. Is it changed?
Oh, yes. Okay. Just rather as a statement or a comment, for private presenters, that TNA is the beginning of us trying to be able to present a class. Some of the challenges that we have is it's hard to get on the agenda of a training managers association for us to present the type of class that we have. And then also not sure what the real criteria, I'm not saying that right. What is the momentum behind the training aids assessment? Is it simply that this class is offered at a regional training center, or is this class offered somewhere within a certain region, a class, right? So if there's going to be a work group, we would definitely like to have some of our SMEs on that work group to discuss that a little bit further.
May I speak to that really just briefly? So we constantly have conversations about private presenters and the training needs assessment. Just so you're aware, and I'm sure that this is something that's already out there, it's a significant challenge for us, and we're trying to figure out how we can narrow the scope of our labor and our work. So we have private presenters that come to us. We have hundreds of them. I want to put on X course. It's a one-page training needs assessment. They submit it. Let's say we approve it. Then they start sending us stuff. outlines, hourly distributions. We spend tens of hours reviewing their material and then they go, we're not going to put it on. So we're trying to figure out how we can incentivize them if they go through this process to make it count so that we're not spending countless hours. And I think if you talk to our regional consultants, sometimes when they hear the word private presenter, they just like run away because it's like, oh my gosh, the amount of work when the course isn't even put on. So we've talked about, is there a way that if they don't put it on within a certain period of time, it's gone? Do they need comfort letters from departments saying, yeah, I'm going to send them, I promise you, so that we really get private presenters that are actually going to follow through. We've even talked about, should we be charging a private presenter? If they're going to make us go through all this process, should they pay a fee like with a basic course waiver where an applicant submits a $250 application fee so that it counts?
Oh, yeah.
And I think if you look at the private presenters that we have, a majority of them, the new ones, don't do anything with the course once we go through it. So that's the challenge that we're having. So I think that's what you're hearing with the training needs assessment, that we're trying to solidify things a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to be so direct.
No.
So.
That's what I'm here for.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't have anything in particular from CSSA to report, but on a personal note, I want to express my gratitude for Chief Mike Radford and his assistance in helping my agency get a private presenter certified. And I promise to you, we will hold that course. I'm going to be in it myself. I will be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, okay.
Tammy Morrell, California Academy Directors Association. First, I want to thank Chayla. I came onto this committee at a time when we at Delta College were trying to put a public safety dispatcher basic course together, and it is a better course for her input. So thank you, and thank you for everything you've done for me since I took over the acting chief role at our agency and helping me with our dispatchers and getting them training and helping them be better at their jobs and feel more appreciated. So thank you for all of that. She always answers the phone when I call, and I appreciate that. At the last Academy Directors and Coordinators Consortium in CADA meeting in September, we had a robust discussion on the proposed changes to LD 35 firearms. I know the commission discussed the changes to PC 832 course at the last commission meeting, so I'll limit my comments to the proposed changes to Module 3. Many of us present Module 3, Module 2, and Module 1 courses back to back, which equals a regular basic course, or RBC. The Modular Academy format already requires 64 more hours than an RBC. For firearms training, that equates to 76 hours of firearms training in a modular presentation compared to 64 hours for a regular basic course, and that's with 8 hours of chemical agents removed. The proposed training and testing specifications were doubled in Module 3 from 26 to 58 hours. Module 3 has a minimum hourly total of 145 hours. Most, actually, I think all presenters already have additional hours to each module to effectively present the required course content. Adding 26 hours to Module 3 without removing any other required content will affect the bottom line academically and financially. And presenters would likely elect to add hours to Module 3. First, I'll talk about the academic impact. As my colleague mentioned, when adding hours to a college course is not as simple as changing the schedule. An addition of 26 hours will add educational units or credits, which means there's a series of shared governance committees that would need to review and approve the change. At my college, getting this done in a year would be really ambitious. And likely the statewide academic senate would get involved, and I would assume the chancellor's office would weigh in as well. The proposed training and testing specifications do not make any recommendations for reducing Module 2, even though adding 26 hours to Module 3 will make about 63% of Module 2 firearms requirements redundant. CADA strongly agrees that firearms training needs to be reinvented. For example, all but 2 presenters at our meeting agreed that shotgun should no longer be a tested component. Currently, there are 2 combat shotgun tests, daylight and low light, And we strongly recommend adjusting the requirements for LD 35 and changing shotgun to a required learning activity or RLA. Most agencies have replaced shotguns with patrol rifles, and in many agencies, shotguns have been utilized only as less lethal weapons for patrol purposes. And so that would lend itself more to a required learning activity than a tested component of LD 35. Additionally, shotgun training has a high failure rate. Changing the requirements to an RLA versus a test would allow Academy presenters to spend more time focusing on handgun training, which is what I think I heard the commission ask for, more handgun training. That's the weapon that would more likely be used in the field. The financial implications include changing the type of test in Module 3 and also the 832 course. So the training and testing specification changes propose removing a static line test, which allows multiple shooters to test simultaneously, typically requiring a 5-to-1 student to instructor ratio. They want to change that to 2 combat tests, daylight and low light, which requires a 1-to-1 instructor to student ratio. And it would increase the amount of time taken to complete the course because you can't run multiple people through it together at one time like you can on a static line course. That will increase instructor costs. So cost to presenters will increase, which will be passed along to the students. There'll be an increased ammunition cost as well, I think. So I appreciate you listening to our concerns. We at CADA recommend revisiting and revamping LD 35, and we think every concern that the commission and the subject matter experts raised were legitimate. But it's been, it's LD 35 hasn't changed in decades, and it's long overdue to be updated. But CADA respectfully requests thinking about unintended consequences when making major changes to any course, and that any future conversations involve college and modular presenters. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Ms. Oborn.
Just happy to be here. It's been a great year. The committee is very robust. I've been here, 6 years now, 5 years or so? Anyway, I really appreciate everybody and appreciate also Post. Thank you.
Happy you're here.
John Katrisky, California Coalition of Law Enforcement Association. Next month, we're going to be hosting our legislative event with all our legislators here in Sacramento. That's basically all I have to report on regards to CCLEA, but I really want to thank everybody for being really welcoming for my first meeting here. There's a lot to soak in, but I really appreciate all the work and effort that is done by the staff and the committee members that are here. I also want to thank the staff or the advisory committee to being so open and acknowledging the deaths that we had in the line of duty. That's one thing. I'm able to sit on the California Peace Officer Memorial, and this year has been a tough one for us. So we've had 12 deaths, and so those are all families that we'll have to make sure to keep them in our prayers. So I really appreciate that this body acknowledges that. So thank you all.
Thank you. I'll wrap it up with on the Cal Chiefs side. I'll just kind of bring an update to the biggest item that we've been working on last year or so, which is a statewide accreditation program. So Cal Chiefs did obtain a grant from U.S. Department of Justice to initiate a statewide police accreditation program. It would be open not only to municipal police agencies, but to sheriff's agencies and any law enforcement agency from throughout the state. That program is up and going. We have our standards manual has been completed. We're working, and to some degree with Lexipol just to kind of vet policies and make sure that so many agencies use those policies that they coincide with the standards. And then we will also we're just kind of finalizing the pricing model. The goal is to make this accreditation program a little more accessible, particularly than sometimes CLIA can be, to try and get more agencies to be involved in and accredited. So we hope to have the pricing model finished by the end of the year, hopefully, and our anticipation is to launch the accreditation program by March of 2026. So keep your ears open for your agencies. We will have that enrollment coming out soon, hopefully, and we're excited about that and a good opportunity just to working alongside posts to increase the professionalism of law enforcement from throughout the state. So from Cal Chiefs, that's it. Manny, I think I was supposed to give you an opportunity and I think I blew right by it. So I'm gonna come back to you on my apologies.
It was not the proper time for me to speak anyway. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, just in closing from me, hopefully I won't say anything more after this, but thank you for all your feedback, whether it's on 1005, LD 35, the education requirements. Thank you. We hear you. A lot of the stuff that you're talking about, we are already having active discussions about shotgun training and what we do with it. Obviously, 1005 and private presenter. So thank you. It's not, lip service from us. We definitely appreciate that feedback. So we will take it from there. I just wanted to thank thank all of you and thank Chella for everything she's done. But I wanted to thank Member Cordova. You all did not meet in September. The commission met in September. The chair, Chief Salazar, was at the commission meeting in September. We held it at Golden West in Golden West College in Huntington Beach. Member Cordova set the whole thing up for us. So we used their facility. It was fantastic. I mean, they had parking set up. Everything was perfect. So I just wanted to thank you. I know we thanked you privately, but just in front of everybody else, thank you for setting that up. It was very, very much appreciated.
No, it's my pleasure. And on that note, further opportunities are always going to be open. Let me know if there's a place or destination that you want to go. And as I mentioned at that time, I encourage you go out and take a look at the campus. Witness possibly there might be some academies going or students will be out in the field. It's awesome to be able to engage with the future workforce. Because some of us don't get that opportunity all the time.
That was it, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, I don't think we have any commissioners left. Chair Long was here, but he's left. No old business, and now we will move on to new business. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Dominile.
So now is the time that we spoke about earlier, where it's the selection of our chair and vice chair for 2026. In the commission policy manual requires the advisory committee to select a chair and vice chair on an annual basis amongst its members. And we do that at the last scheduled meeting of each calendar year. Today is that meeting. So I will entertain a nomination first for our chair of the 2026 advisory committee. Any nominations?
I'll make a nomination for Chair Jason Salazar to continue in that role.
Any other nominations? Okay, Jason, do you accept the nomination?
Accept the nomination, yes.
Right. Now call for a vote. So do I have a motion?
I motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Chandler, slow down. Okay, Chandler, go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Okay, Cordova.
Aye.
Cordova, aye. Cottrell.
Aye.
Cottrell, aye. Erman.
Aye.
Erman, aye. Gamboa.
Aye.
Gamboa, aye. Hone.
Aye.
Hone, aye. Kaczynski.
Aye.
Kaczynski, aye. Morel. Morel, aye. Oborn.
Aye.
Oborn, aye. Pacheco.
Aye.
Pacheco, aye. Ponce.
Aye.
Ponce, aye. Rosa.
Aye.
Rosa, aye. Salazar.
Aye.
And Stalker. Carries.
Congratulations, you're stuck with us for another year. For you. All right. Thanks, Jason. Do you want to make a speech?
No.
Okay, I'm now going to entertain a motion for vice chair of the 2026 advisory committee. Do I have a nomination? Yes.
I have a motion to keep Brent Stalker as the vice chair. He's done a great job for this year. He's very articulate when he needs to be.
When he
And,
needs to be.
I'd like to see him in place again.
Any other nominations? Okay. Vice Chair Stalker, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Someone want to make a motion?
So moved, Oborn.
Thank you. And second.
O'Neill second.
Rosa. Oh.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Knapp, call the roll.
Okay. Cordova.
Aye.
Cordova, aye. Patrell.
Aye.
Patrell, aye. Erman.
Aye.
Erman, aye. Gamboa.
Aye.
Gamboa, aye. Honey.
Aye.
Honey, aye. Kaczorowski.
Aye.
Kaczorowski, aye. Morel.
Aye.
Morel, aye. Oborn.
Aye.
Oborn, aye. Pacheco.
Aye.
Pacheco, aye. Ponce.
Aye.
Ponce, aye. Rosa.
Aye.
Rosa, aye. Salazar.
Aye.
Salazar, aye. Stalker.
Aye.
Stalker, aye. Motion carries.
Congratulations, Brent.
All righty, does anybody have any additional? If not, that concludes our meeting today and I will adjourn it at 3:07. Thank you for all your input today.